Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Survival in the Magic Sea. I have a god-level talent. Chapter 91. The High Priest took the murlocs away, but Su Mu didn't chase them. For myself, who is getting stronger every day, this guy is really not dangerous. Back in the Ark, the three girls were already petrified. The army is besieging, every monster can hit three of them. As soon as Su Mu came in, the three women rushed forward. Okay, gone. Su Mu comforted with a smile. Set the door of immortal inheritance, and put the excellent armor and gloves on the table. Come to distribute supplies on a daily basis. While speaking, Su Mu took out another heart and handed it to Fang. Take it and bake it, it will increase your stamina. It's not that Su Mu took care of Fang, but that this thing didn't have much effect on him. Su Mu's body has been strengthened by the original dragon blood, and it has reached a terrifying level. Take out the gemstone you snatched from the Murloc Elder. Acquisition. Perfect grade water elemental stone, which can be used to cast water magic, has a certain boost effect on water magic, and is more effective when made into a weapon. This thing, none of you can do it. Forget it, you guys will share it first, and activate the profession. By the way, I'll go to the second floor. Su Mu came to the second floor and found that Chi Yu had also followed. What's wrong? Nothing, I just want to be alone with you for a while. Of course Chi Yu would not say, I feel that your spirit is exhausted. Su Mu nodded, and the two came to the second floor together and sat under the orange tree. Su Mu felt exhausted even after the battle. Consumption. Epic Dragon Blood Wood 10, Epic Snow Mountain Soil 8, Survival Jade 1. Obtain. Jade Dragon Medicine Field Epic Level *1. This is a 5 meter by 5 meter, 30 centimeter high medicine field, which is covered with white soil, and the outer frame is made of red wood, and green magic patterns are carved on the frame with jade. Put the medicine field in the corner. Girl, collect the medicinal herbs tomorrow, I'll make a batch of them, and you take them to the island to practice. Only actual combat can train talents. Quote, while talking, Su Mu felt sleepy, he was too tired. A lot of things happened today, and I rushed up to fight with the Murloc King temporarily. Although it took seconds, the consumption was extremely high. At this point, Su Mu finally couldn't take it anymore. He tilted his head, put it on a soft pillow, and fell asleep. Chi Yu sighed softly, and hugged Su Mu gently. Above, Fang asked for the armor, while William Locke asked for the pair of half-finger gloves. The two came to the Gate of Inheritance. This was an exciting moment, which meant that they could finally fight with Su Da. Consumption. Shield Warrior Professional Card. The bronze stone door slowly opened inward, and a ball of light merged into Fang's body. Fang felt that something was added to her mind. Obtain. Shield Warrior Permission. Shield Warrior. With a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, defense increases by 50%, and knife damage increases by 30%. At the same time, the Japanese enchanted book flew out. Obtain. Block Enchanted Book, can enchant people, enchant can learn skills to block. Study. Acquired skill, block, consume 10% of the blood value to resist the enemy's attack, which lasts for 10 seconds and cools down for 30 seconds. The resistance effect depends on the difference in strength between the host and the enemy. I finally have the skills. Fang hugged William Locke's neck excitedly. I see, let me go, I'm going to be strangled to death by you. Fang let go of her hand in embarrassment, and opened her attribute bar. Fang, Combat Power, 11,002. Blood Value, 2,300. Soul Power, 800. Tisk, what a violent and beautiful girl, add some physique to the whole family. William Locke also eagerly opened the door of inheritance, but she has 2 professional cards. Obtain. Magician Permission. Obtain. Magician Permission. Fang leaned over and asked, what's your growth rate? William Locke took a look with a strange expression on his face. Magicians and illusionists are both auxiliary professions. The power of props is increased by 50%, and the power of illusion is increased by 80%. Amazing. Fang looked envious. This is a purely auxiliary profession, and there is no need to go to the battlefield in the future. At this time, 2 enchanted books flew out. Obtain. Flame Enchanted Book, learn to get the fireball technique to control flames. Obtain. Illusion enchanted book, learn to get the skill phantom pupil. Study. After studying, William Locke took a look at his own attributes. William Locke. Combat power, 14,000. Blood value, 1500. Soul power, 1500. Very balanced property. Look at skills. Fireball. Consume 100 points of soul power to launch a fireball. Pupil of illusion. Use the eyes to cast illusions to confuse the enemy, consuming 10 points of soul power per second. It was late at night, and the two people who had just acquired the skills couldn't fall asleep with excitement, so they ran to the top of the ark to practice their skills. The next morning, Su Mu woke up from her dream, looked at Chi Yu, and felt that this girl was very unhappy. Pouted, dissatisfaction written all over his face. The problem of combat effectiveness. Su Mu opened the combat power ranking list, and he occupies the first place and is far ahead. The second was William Locke, party. The third place is Fang, 12,000. And the fourth place is Chi Yu, Bachin. Compared with the other two women, she is indeed a little bit worse. Su Mu shook his head. The remaining combat power of the other two depends on their weapons, not everyone is Su Mu. Go to a forbidden place and meet an old ancestor. Don't worry, just have a weapon. Su Mu went outside for morning exercise, and suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a dead body lying on the top of the ark. What's the matter with you two? Only then did Fang wake up. That we practice skills, accidentally consume a little bit more. Su Mu waved her hand. Be careful next time. It's still safe here. If you lose blue during the battle, you won't even know how to die. When eating breakfast, Su Mu was keenly aware that there was too much salt. Chi Yu is in a bad mood, I suggest not to expose it. All right. After breakfast, the three of them took Eagle Sauce and Alice to the forest for training. Su Mu came to the medicine garden, took out the mature herbs inside, and made 13 primary healing potions. He took out 12 and handed them to the three. You can go to the island to practice, Ying Zhang will follow you. By the way, remember to pay attention to the traces of bees, I think there are bees on that island. Don't move, let me handle it. Before, the sixth sense felt that there were bees on it, but Su Mu was in a hurry to snatch the door of inheritance, so he didn't care. Now get ready to see, honey is a good thing. Su Mu came to 1 or 2 flower pots and took out the contents. Obtain. Perfect ginseng 1. Obtain. Ginseng seeds 2. Acquisition. Perfect Ganoderma lucidum 1. Obtain. Ganoderma lucidum seeds 2. Su Mu looked at the white seed in his hand, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ganoderma lucidum is not a fungus, only spore powder. Where did the seeds come from? Magic Sea, are you serious? Ganoderma lucidum. Finally Su Mu planted the seeds into the medicine fields. Taking the materials by himself, he came to the bronze cauldron. Consumption. Primary healing potion 1, Ganoderma lucidum 1, ginseng 1. Obtain. Blood Chi returning to Yuan pill. Seeing the introduction of the elixir, Su Mu's mouth twitched. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the lack of blood after releasing Duankong Nirvana. It's a red pill, the size of a glass bead. Blood Chi Guiyuan pill. Restore Chi and blood for 2005. Note. It is rumored that the Butterfly Valley Medicine Fairy specially made a secret medicine for replenishing Chi and blood for women, but a general disguised as a man found that the blood replenishing effect was too strong and could be used to treat the wounded, so this medicine was used and on the battlefield, the effect is amazing. The first half of the introduction was okay, but in the second half, Su Mu suddenly wanted to throw this elixir. Forget it, it's a magic medicine. Su Mu put away the pills. Then he walked out of the ark, breathed the air outside, and suddenly wanted to see how the three women fought. Su Mu followed the trail of the three, and soon saw what she wanted to see. 3 people besieged a big turtle. This tortoise is really big, 10 meters long from head to tail, and about 3 feet high. The combat power is so fierce that it can bite off a tree with 1 bite. If it bites a person, it can directly, 210, bite the person into 2 knots. The 3 women are not good at nothing, they only attack Exhaustion. If there are feet, cut off the feet, and if the tail is exposed, the tail will be hit. So cruel, Su Mu exclaimed. Fang went up to provoke with a shield, forcing the tortoise to stretch out its head and bite itself. The tortoise couldn't help being angry, and it was about to bite people when it showed its head. Fang stepped forward and blocked the tortoise's attack. Then there will be an arrow, a fireball hitting the turtle's neck. The scene was horrible. Roar. The tortoise was annoyed and wanted to run away, but Fang stepped forward to block it with a shield, without saying anything about being a lady. She is wearing excellent armor and excellent weapons. Although Fang is not strong enough to display its full power, it is still possible to block a turtle. The long knife in his hand was wielding vigorously, like a general before the war. She is not polite at all. If it is not that the turtle shell cannot be cut, she can chop 8 pieces of the turtle shell. The tortoise's head was beaten so bloody that it couldn't bear it anymore, and its head fell to the ground. 3 women immediately stepped forward and ended its life. Fang hugged Chi Yu. Gilling Gao, sister, we agreed on Gilling Gao. Gilling jelly, tortoise jelly. Su Mu recalled it for a while, and vaguely remembered that the main function of Gilling jelly was to clear away heat and dampness, nourish yin and beautify the skin. Speechless, after wasting so much energy, you just want to make Gilling jelly. Do you want to do beauty treatment? Women, you really don't forget beauty wherever you go. Next, the 3 women face various monsters together. Seeing the monster, Fang went up and slashed, successfully attracting firepower, and the other 2 dozen output. The cooperation was very tacit. Seeing nothing unusual, Su Mu went back to fish. Being busy for too long, fighting too much, your heart needs to be settled. Fishing will quiet your mind. The fusion of dragon blood also requires meditation. If you are not calm, you will not be able to fully absorb the power of dragon blood. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Mu caught 4 big perfect fish and a bunch of excellent fish. Suddenly, a faint fishy smell unique to the sea breeze came from the tip of the nose. Su Mu looks up at the sky, the wind is blowing. A smear of black emerged from the other side of the ocean, and a storm was approaching. The natural disaster emerges, and it will completely fall in one day, and many people will die in this storm. Natural disasters are also opportunities. Su Mu turned on the regional channel, and there were 400 people left. The death rate is 60%. Those who can live now are all strong. The minimum combat power is more than 500. And the strength of an ordinary person with a sophisticated weapon is 1000. Now, there are already many people who have excellent Dao Qi. But that's not enough. The world channel has been turned upside down. Sharks, there are sharks, and sharks want to bite me. I also have traces of sea monsters here. Buy weapons and armor at high prices. Boss Su, are you there? Please sell weapons. Su Mu smiled and took out 4 sets of excellent goblin armor, 7 goblin swords, and 5 sets of hand crossbows. Among them, there are 4 sets of goblin hand crossbows, and the last set is the first excellent hand crossbow that Su Mu got. At first it was sold to Fang, who returned it. Feng Shui turns around. When selling in the past, they were hidden one by one, and no one wanted it. Now start grabbing. Buy rare enchanted books, rare blueprints. Boss Su, I have an enchanted book, a set of armor, and a weapon. As he spoke, a private chat flooded into Su Mu's eyes. Trader. Fatty Joe. Trade item. Sea Covenant enchanted book rare. Requirements. Excellent goblin armor, excellent goblin sword. This is literally writing rarity. Changed. The transaction is successful. Taking out the enchanted book, Su Mu looked at it, and it was indeed a good thing. Enchanted book with passive skills. The Contract of the Sea. A rare enchanted book, which can only be enchanted on the human body, and can only be signed once. After enchanting, you will get the ability to breathe underwater, the underwater combat power will not decrease, and a random water-type active skill. It is rumored that a person signed a contract with the sea and obtained endless power. All the magics he studied were listed as forbidden arts. Requirements for signing: 100,000 combat power, water magic authority, and dragon noodles from the water system. Note: sign the contract of the sea, you and I are good partners. Enchanting. Tisk, there is still a demand for enchanting, and the demand is quite high. Ability to acquire: breathing underwater. With the blood of a dragon, even if you are in the sea, you will feel like you are on land. Ability to obtain: the favor of the sea, with the blood of the dragon. Even if you are under the sea, you can still act like you are on land. Acquired skill. Water method hyphenation point Kun's water dragon. Here, how come there is a kind of atmosphere in the second class? Water method Kun's Shenlong. Consume 7% of the soul power, gather the water dragon, and attack the enemy. It looks amazing, find a place to try it. Su Mu came to the top of the ark, joined hands together, and shouted loudly. Water method Kun's Shenlong. Don't ask why it is Shenlong who shouted out. Shenlong is domineering, crushing the enemy from the momentum. On the surface of the sea, a 10-meter-long divine dragon formed by condensed water rose up, and the divine dragon hovered with the sound of waves. It hit the sea surface not far away, and in an instant, the entire sea surface seemed to have been bombarded, splashing large waves. The waves last forever. Bull break. Private chat started flashing again. Boss Su, ask for weapons. Do you still have a crossbow? I'll make a thunderstorm enchantment book. Have. Trader. Sun Wushan. Trade item. Thunderstorm enchanted book. Requirements. Excellent grade crossbow 2, excellent grade arrow 20. Trade. Thunderstorm enchanting book. You can enchant weapons and people, and the enchanted weapons or people will have the ability to call thunderstorms. Thunder enchanted books can be given to Chi Yu. The trading time was only half a minute, and at that moment, the sixth sense sent an alarm. Alarm, you will be attacked by a cute little on. Little cutie is attracted by the dragon's breath, don't resist. Su Mu turned her head and saw a touch of blue splashing towards her. Huh, what's the situation? Friendship level is full, get water dragon 1. A little guy jumped on Su Mu's face. He rubbed his little cheek against Su Mu's face, and licked it with his tongue. Hey, why does your dragon look like a cat? Release the Kun's water dragon, it will mobilize the water source dragon blood in the body, and emit the breath of the water dragon. The little cutie feels the breath of the water dragon and regards you as a father. Ah, is it so nonsense? But it's pretty cute. Ada. Su Mu hugged the little guy and walked around twice. If you like Ada so much, then call him Ada. System prompt. Obtain a pet water dragon, Ada. Ada. Combat strength. 27,400. Chi and blood value. No. Soul power. 7,000. Ability 1. Water control. Ability 2. Flood dragon bullet. Note. This is a pure magic creature, don't expect it to fight melee. Although every mage has a melee heart, please see if you have that physique. Ada. Ada's IQ is not high, she is still in her infancy, and she still has room to grow. Su Mu has a strange complexion, not to mention an IQ, she is almost as good as herself with this soul power alone. Not being able to melee is a problem. You are beaten because you want to fight melee. Suddenly Su Mu felt a chill down his back, and an ominous premonition came over him. You have been misunderstood, some people suspect that you and Long have a child. 10. What is that nonsense? Turning his head, he saw the 3 women who had returned from training, staring at him quietly. Chi Yu looked sad. Did you hook up with a dragon beauty when we were leaving, and even give birth to a child? Su Mu's eyelids twitched, and she quickly waved her hands. Stop. Su Mu put the little dragon on the deck, and introduced to the 3. This is Ada, a water dragon. After speaking, Su Mu talked about the origin of Ada. That is to say, when you go out for a circle, you will bring back a dragon. The 3 women were speechless. Do you want to be so nonsense? Are you the son of the goddess of luck? Just pick up a picture of a dragon. Kawaii. Fang didn't care about this, her eyes were staring, she stepped forward to hug the little Jiaolong, and rubbed it vigorously. The remaining 2 women also surrounded him. So cute, let me hug you. Haha, it's so cute, it's a crime. Su Mu looked into the distance, the clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and soon there would be wind and rain. Forget it, don't chat, the island is cleared, it's time to go. It has been cleaned up. Everyone entered the ark, and Alice took Ada to play together. The 2 little guys are water pets, so they can play well. This time we killed 30 monsters and got 30 level beast cores. We obtained 240 parts of fine-grade flesh and 29 parts of fur, and one of them is a big tortoise. We want to use it to make tortoise jelly. Su Mu took out the animal cores and counted them, added some of the animal cores to the arc, and gave each woman 2 animal cores to use the flying skateboard. There are still 24 beast cores. Su Mu counted the flesh and blood again, counting the fish caught in the morning. Excellent grade flesh and blood 348. Perfect level flesh and blood 40. Excellent jiaolong meat 20. 40 pieces of meat, 2 days consumption, plus the outstanding dragon, can survive for 3 days. There's enough water, too. Okay, let's go to the next island. In the ark, Chi Yu was sailing, and the other 2 went to the second floor to organize the medicine garden. Su Mu is still selling weapons and armor, as if he has become an arms dealer. Suddenly, a private chat came. Boss Su, do you accept special props? Received. Trader. Su Ganghao. Trade item. Qilin Essence Blood 1 drop. Requirements. Superior Goblin Armor 4. When Su Mu saw the word Qilin, he immediately felt that this thing was unusual. It's been a second, he wants to regret it. Su Mu was startled, and didn't have time to take a closer look. On the 4 arcs, the 4 people looked at the 4 sets of armor and looked at each other. One of them said, I just said that we have less, and I don't think that thing can be sold. Forget it, it's all sold, and it's useless to regret. The 4 seemed calm, but their hearts were bleeding. I'm so sorry, the price is low. Su Mu took out the blood, which was similar to the original dragon's blood. But it is far worse than the original dragon blood. Qilin Blood Essence. After taking it, you will get part of Qilin's bloodline, and Qilin bloodline owners can also improve their abilities through this. Yours. Su Mu handed the blood to Chi Yu along with the Thunderstorm enchantment book. I browsed the trading area again. Chi Yu swallowed the blood, and then learned a new skill. Acquired skill, Thunderstorm. Thunder Disaster. Consume 5% of the soul power to summon a thunderbolt to launch a devastating attack on the enemy. Chi Yu's fighting strength immediately reached 13,000, although it was not as good as William Locke, the gap was not too great. Finally, she's not a pure nanny anymore, and a nanny also has a violent heart. Chi Yu clenched her fists and made a gesture of cheering, a smile returned to her face again and again. Anyone want weapons, armor, second-hand water purifiers, huh? Anyone buy a perfect fireplace? Su Mu looked at the fireplace and remembered his toilet. Fireplace, buy it, it will be useful in the future. So he bought 2 sets of armor and bought the fireplace, and handed it to Chi Yu together with the previous drawing of the toilet. Take it, make these 2, what enchanted book you need, and exchange it with your own flesh and blood. For things like furniture, Su Mu decided to let go. There are still many things in the future, and it is impossible to count on him alone. Suddenly, Su Mu felt that the surroundings were very quiet, and something descended. Turning around, I saw the 3 pets staring blankly into the distance together. What's the situation? Following the eyes of the 3 pets, Su Mu saw waves churning on the sea, and the sun islands rising slowly. Is this how the island was drilled? Amazing. The island is very large, about 10 kilometers in diameter. There is a hill above it, the hill is overgrown with trees, and on the top of the hill stands a French castle. There are traces of people living on the castle, but something is wrong now. Eagle sauce, go and have a look, don't get close, come back immediately if you find anything unusual. Soon, through a special connection, Su Mu found that the castle was dead and no one was moving. And there were bloodstains on the ground, as well as traces of fighting. A black mist hung over the castle. I feel a disgusting breath, like a devil. Ying Zhang, who was approaching the island, let out a mournful cry and dared not approach. Boss, there is a big horror inside, I can't beat it. Su Mu nodded and called Ying Zhang back. This is a castle, the devil suddenly appeared, and a massacre was carried out inside it. It may also be imprisoned. Killing demons may give you unexpected benefits. Su Mu let Chi Yu approach the island, taking advantage of this time, Su Mu sold supplies again. Sell 340 pieces of fine-grade flesh and blood, 19 sets of armor, 6 long swords, and 2 crossbows. The highest price will come. In the next second, Su Mu received tens of thousands of private chats. Su Mu picked it up. Traded 3 healing enchanting books and 1 thunderstorm enchanting book. A total of 8 sets of armor and 6 long swords were spent. At this moment, a person sent a private chat. Boss Su, do you accept special props? Then send a link. Trader. Shui Ding Shan. Trading item. Epic Diamond 1. Requirements. Fine grade flesh and blood 100. Cough cough cough. What is the use of diamonds? It is nothing more than a material. Su Mu wanted to refuse, but her sixth sense felt something was wrong. Ordinary diamonds cannot have epic quality. This thing is not right, you need to hold it in your hand to judge. Su Mu pondered for a while, and bought the item. With his luck, because of the probability, he will not buy fakes. Obtain. Epic Diamond 1. Su Mu pulled out a diamond the size of a baby's fist, pure and transparent with a light blue hue. This thing is worth 100 pieces of flesh and blood. I cheated? On an overseas island, a young man is happy to blossom. One broken material can sell 100 pieces of meat, because the boss is really stupid and has a lot of money. Tisk tisk, don't talk, I'll have 2 deep-fried schnitzels first, and then a piece of charcoal grilled beef. I'm starving to death. Knock it to break the shell. Su Mu did as she put the diamond on the floor and tapped it. Click, the diamond shattered. Inside revealed a smaller box. Obtain. Diamond treasure chest 1. Well, it's exactly as I expected. Was it really what Su Mu expected? Who knows? On. Cannot be opened, you need a key 1 or a master key to open the treasure chest. Su Mu opened the trading channel with a blank face. At this time, it is almost certain that the key is waiting for him in the trading area. Trader. Long Shanzaki. Trade item. Master key 1. Requirements. Fine grade flesh and blood 100. Master key. A key that can open all locks in the world, a must-have for special people. Durability. 1000, repairable. Note. The wife of a certain master cast a lock that no one can open, and locked her husband out. The master created this magical key in a rage, and opened 73,000 locks in a row. Unfortunately, the master still failed to open the lock made by his wife. In a rage, the master threw the master key into the magic sea, and got it by chance. Buy. Obtain. Master key 1. Unlock. Obtain. Heart of the Earth 1. Su Mu took out a jujube-sized stone that looked like a heart, rubbed it, and it had a fleshy texture. Heart of the Earth. Unknown level, suspected to be the heart of a god. Effect. The upper limit of blood value plus 7000. Chi and blood recovery speed increased by 100%. It's really an artifact. Su Mu stuffed the thing into her mouth, and took a bite. Pure stones contain huge energy. Well, I hope I don't get kidney stones. Su Mu swallowed the stone. Immediately, I felt that the energy and blood in my body had doubled. Unfortunately, only the blood value is added, not the physical fitness. Su Mu took a look at the combat power and saw that it had increased by 20,000. It's worth it. 100 pieces of meat is not a loss, especially the improvement in recovery speed can increase my battery life. Count. Su Mu started searching again, but there was really nothing good to buy. So he gave the remaining supplies to Chi Yu and asked her to replenish the daily necessities. You will be a powerful dragon king, it is better to let the princess do the dressing up of the dragon's nest. The boat docked slowly. Su Mu set foot on the island, and the remaining 3 women also went out. Chi Yu upgraded healing to level 3, thunderstorm to level 2, and combat power to 15,000. Excited, she ran straight to the front. You are floating, and you dare to run in front of me. Su Mu was speechless. Chi Yu stuck out her tongue, and deftly returned to the back. Su Mu looked at the island, and the entire island was covered in a faint darkness. I found out that it will be of great benefit to get through a super large copy. The air is non-toxic, but has a dark energy breath. Quiet, did not perceive the breath of the monster. Su Mu pondered for a moment, and assigned the 3 pets to the first woman. After receiving the ark, we continued to move forward. There is a wheat field on the way to the castle, and there is a huge pit in the middle of the wheat field. A fire burned in the pit. Evil, depraved, chaotic, there is a demonic breath in the pit. Attention, be careful. Su Mu looked towards the forest. This feeling can be felt in more than one place. Many demons descended. This is a dungeon, the enemy may be very strong, please be careful. Su Mu's sixth sense was fully activated, and suddenly he saw one eye looking at him. No, the eyes are blocking something. Seal, this castle is sealed. The 4 of them advanced and soon came to the gate of the castle. Sure enough, a magic circle flashed on the gate of the castle, and the heart of the magic circle was an eye. Suddenly, a burst of rampant laughter came. The four looked up and saw a woman in a white magic robe standing on the castle roof with a mocking smile. Ha ha ha, I am a demon mage, tiny bugs, you shouldn't be here, and become the dinner of a great demon king. Demon mage, Luo Qi, good at fire magic, arrogant, likes to lie. The combat power is predicted to not exceed 20,000. Luo Qi likes this feeling very much, standing on a high place, overlooking all living beings. Especially there are some human beings below. If she eats human beings, her strength will be improved to a higher level. Thinking of the four delicious humans below, Luo Qi couldn't help but licked his lips. Just now she enjoyed a human doll, and the soul power in her body has increased a lot. These four cannot be robbed by other demons. Oops, I forgot, Lord Demon King has set up a barrier, she can't get out, and people outside can't get in. Quote. Little ones, get lost, I will spare your death. The corner of Su Emu's mouth twitched, because there must be a limit, right? The seal is two-way, people inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. Su Mu folded her arms and stared at Luo Qi with a smile. We are demon-slaying warriors, how could we shrink back because of a little difficulty? Come down and fight. Hee. Luo Qi was going crazy with anger, the delicious food dared to provoke her. How dare this person? Su Mu shook his head, he has a sixth sense, he can see the fighting power of monsters, but monsters can't see his. So there are always some monsters who think they are very strong. There's a kind of you coming up, tiny bug. Come down, I'm too lazy to climb the stairs. You come up, why do you let me go down to play, then how can I raise my head in front of other colleagues? The Demon King. If you were the Demon King, I would be the ruler of the demon race. Sure enough, this woman didn't have a good word to say. Suddenly, the air cracked, and a golden treasure chest fell out. It happened to hit Su Emu's feet. Everyone and Luo Qi were taken aback. The newborn island, the magic sea is burying treasure chests in it. Yo ho ho, the golden treasure chest. Luo Qi's face became terrified, and he roared. Let go of that treasure chest, it's mine. The monsters in the magic sea also know that the treasure chest is good. Su Mu looked at Luo Qi provocatively, and put her hand on the treasure chest. Come on, you come to kill me, isn't this thing yours? Luo Qi's eyes widened, but he still couldn't stop Su Mu from opening the treasure chest. Stop it for me. Luo Qi's voice was piercing, like someone killed her child. I am going to kill you. Su Mu was unmoved, and still put her hands on the treasure chest. On. Obtain. Excellent Elf Bow 1. Obtain. Life Arrow 10. Obtain. Elven Bow and Arrow Design Blueprint Set *1. Su Mu took out the three things and took a look. The black light made Luo Qi go crazy. The treasures were only a wall away from her, but because of that seal, she missed them. Human, just wait for me, I will definitely teach you how to dismantle it. Rolling was impotently furious. Su Mu smiled and read out the attributes of the elven bow. Elf bow, excellent quality, special bow for elf elite archers, with powerful penetrating ability, and can shoot special arrows. Bow of life. The bow itself is inlaid with a life gem, which can increase the effect of healing magic. The arrow of life. The person attacked will recover a large amount of life in a short period of time. It is the most powerful weapon on the battlefield. Su Mu handed the bow and arrow to Qi Yu. He didn't need such things. I will definitely kill you. Su Mu smiled. Then come down, I'll wait here. This demon must be killed, otherwise once it comes out, it will attack you endlessly. Then you come up. Luo Qi looked up at the sky proudly, and the old lady felt calm when she couldn't see her eyes. Su Mu chuckled, and lightly pressed her hand on the barrier. The Kanglong chant. The terrifying power of the shock erupted, the sound of glass shattering, and the seal shattered. As expected of Kanglongyan, armor-piercing magical skill. Su Mu jumped up and kicked Luo Qi from upstairs to the ground with a roundabout kick, right in front of the three women. Okay, I'll help you down. Luo Qi felt a chill from the tip of the tail to the lid of the skull. This person can actually break the seal of the Demon King, so it proves that he is very strong. It may even be about the same strength as the Demon King. With this kind of existence, crushing her to death is like playing a game. Thinking of her provoking this person just now, despair struck. Then we're welcome. Chi Yu brought the bow of the elf, and the overall combat power has reached 15,000. One-on-one is no longer afraid of this demon mage. Fang took a look, and directly put the shield on Luo Qi's face. The latter slammed into the wall with a groan, and with a fireball, a thunderbolt smashed down together. Pretty women always have inexplicable B-bag hostility towards beautiful women. If they are not in the same camp, life and death will be decided. In front of the three women, Luo Qi didn't have much ability to resist. She was frightened by Su Mu, after parrying a few times. Then she was stabbed into the heart by Fang. Obtain. Beast Core 1. Obtain. Perfect Level Dark Law Book 1. Obtain. Perfect Magic Robe 1. Su Mu picked up the props and looked at the sunset. Poor, really poor. Dark Law Book. Increase the power of dark magic by 10%. Magic Robe. It can provide a little defense and increase the recovery speed of the owner's soul power. Who do you want? The three shook their heads together. Su Mu conveniently stuffed the things into the interspatial ring, and took them out to exchange after beating. Pushing open the gate of the castle, there is an open space like a square inside. A red three-headed dog is lying on the ground. Humans are not where you should come. There is also a golden treasure chest under the nose of the three-headed dog. Hell three-headed dog, Orid, combat strength 30,000. The watchdog from hell, but you can't underestimate his strength. Brutal personality, seemingly lazy, but in fact he is preparing to give you a fatal blow. However, they are afraid of water, and they are afraid of water attribute attacks. Hello dog, give me your treasure chest, and I'll leave, how about it? Hee, if you have one, come and get it. Su Mu said to the three women next to her. Did you know that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and this one definitely bites? Leave it to you, this thing is afraid of water. Fang stepped forward to fight, and the three women and three pets fought together. Among them, Yingzhong's combat power is as high as 280,000, which is not in vain for this three-headed dog. Su Mu predicted with her sixth sense, but she didn't sense the danger, so she turned and walked into the castle. When I came to the hall, there seemed to be a reception here, and there were many people standing there. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, but there is a diamond-shaped gem between the eyebrows. It's a pity that most of the people inside are dead. Like a human but not human. The combat power is generally above 500. Suspected second batch of descendants of the Demon Sea. A group of skeleton soldiers surrounded the group. On the main seat of the hall, there is also a skeleton master. Yo, there are guests. The sixth skeleton, with a combat power of 40,000, good at summoning undead, afraid of yang attribute attacks. The sixth skeleton didn't care, thinking it was someone hiding on the island. Su Mu pulled a chair and sat down, looking at the skeleton curiously. Why, haven't you seen a skeleton? The sixth skeleton threw a bone spear with his hand, and Su Mu raised the knife to block it. Clang! The bone spear bounced to the ceiling, penetrating 3 points. The sixth sense came to the fore, and threw 2 bone spears, but both were bounced by Su Mu. It's interesting, the knife is good, but unfortunately you are not my opponent. Su Mu shook her head. Why are you all so confident? So is that woman, and so is that dog. Because we are devils. The few people next to them also looked desperate, and let out strange gurgles from their mouths. Another one came to die. I don't know how this one died. Hee, it will probably be sliced. Su Mu raised the elemental hand crossbow, and one shot out. A bright arrow pierced Lu Hai's brow. The latter froze immediately. Obtain. Beast Core 1. Obtain. Perfect Undead Staff 1. Obtain. Perfect Undead Robe 1. It's not interesting. Su Mu collected the things and looked around. This group of people is a new batch of players in the Magic Sea, but there is no arc. I have no talent, but my physical fitness is naturally stronger than that of humans. Su Mu nodded and ignored them. These undead did not disappear after losing their masters, and they still carried out their master's orders. Without a treasure chest, there was no need to stay. Su Mu moved forward to the depths. Wait, this strong man, please save us, I will give you money. Yes, we are rich. No matter how they howled, Su Mu didn't look back. In a corridor, there was a row of corpses lying there. They were dressed as waiters, and they seemed to be the service staff here. Su Mu looked up and looked towards the end of the corridor, where a burly monster stood. It looks like a lizard man with a pair of dragon wings behind it. Hello. The Demon King Buster, a dragon man, has a combat power of 80,000, and is good at hand-to-hand combat and weapons. Hello. Buster drew a sword. I can feel the dragon's breath. You are very strong, but I can't let you pass. Su Mu looked towards the door at the end of the corridor, her sixth sense fully activated. Feeling a special breath, suspected of being an angel. Feeling a special breath, suspected of being a demon king. There is a super heavy treasure, the breath of a divine weapon, you must grab it. Today, gods block and kill gods, demons block and slay demons. This is a study room. In the room, a handsome guy in black is confronting a girl in white. The Demon King, sing to the heavens. Song Zudian twirled the long sword in his hand happily. It was rumored that the miracle angel was reincarnated and took away the ancient artifact, the Melkin bracelet. Then may I ask, miracle angel, where is the bracelet? The miracle angel didn't answer, and couldn't answer. Zudian shrugged indifferently, stepped forward and kicked the table over. It doesn't look like it's here. Another kick smashed the bookshelf. Not here either. Finally, Zudian's eyes fixed on a flower on the windowsill. What would make an angel wander around with a pot of flowers? Miracle Angel's complexion changed drastically. Suddenly, Zudian pinched Miracle Angel's chin, bringing her eyes to his own. Fangs stick out of the mouth. Hee, Miracle, you know that I don't have much patience. 100,000 combat power is the threshold. Without special props, you can only be stuck here for a lifetime. Hand over the Malkin bracelet. I can make you my princess. Quote, don't think about it. Zudian kicked the miracle angel into the air, took out a pure white silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, and threw the silk handkerchief away. Disgusting woman, if you don't want your face, then go to hell. Anyway, this place is so big, you can always find it. After finishing speaking, Zudian took out a long sword and cut it down with one sword. At this moment, Zudian's complexion changed drastically, and he turned around suddenly. Boom! The door and the surrounding walls suddenly turned into billions of pieces, and violent energy swept the entire room. Two big light spheres, one black and one white, flew out of the room against a dragon man, smashed the city wall directly, and erupted a terrifying mushroom cloud in the distance. The surrounding ground trembled, and even the walls of the castle showed cracks under the waves. Da. A god of war wearing gorgeous armor walked into the room, and Su Mu saw the form in front of him at a glance. The devil sings the heavens, with a combat power of 100,000, plus weapons, the ultimate combat power can reach 120,000. He is good at fire magic, fighting, and swordsmanship. Character, arrogance. Weakness, water magic. Su Mu stepped forward and slashed down with a sword. Song of the Heavens. It's a good name, but it's too rubbish. You dare. Zudian swung his sword to block it, but a terrifying force struck him and he was thrown flying. Comparing strength with Long, overestimate one's abilities. Su Mu stepped forward and pressed the Demon King's chest in midair. The Kanglong chant. The power of the shock erupted, and a large amount of blood suddenly burst out from the Demon King's body, and his body was almost shattered. Song Zudian groaned miserably and crashed into the ruins. Target has lost combat power. It's really arrogant. Facing the enemy, you won't go all out. Zudian spurted blood, retorting in his heart, he tried his best, but his attack was seen through. This person's two attacks hit his weak point, and there was really nothing he could do. The strengths of the two sides are not in the same channel. Su Mu came to Miracle Angel and took off the armor, but the lightsaber did not. I feel a mysterious aura, can you show me? Miracle Angel looked into the distance, where the mushroom cloud had just dissipated, did not answer, but asked. It's the power of destruction, how could you have a calendar of destruction? It's not destruction, it's yin and yang balance, everything is well, yin and yang collide, everything is destroyed. Oh, the Miracle Angel took out a pure white bracelet from his arms and handed it over. This is the Melkin bracelet, but I want to make a deal, a place to live. I no longer have the power of an angel, and I don't have the ability to threaten you. And Uhe can stutter. I know a lot of things and do a lot of work. After Miracle came to the Demon Sea, she was stripped of her strength by the Demon Sea. She wants to borrow your luck to restore her strength. Can't promise. First she wants to kill you, second luck can't be lost. She is not without the power to resist, she is even very strong, stronger than the devil Song Zudian. That's strange. Su Mu saw in a daze that a lightsaber pierced his body the moment he took the bracelet. Have you ever thought about a question, why should I promise you? After speaking, Su Mu stepped forward and grabbed the bracelet. Obtain. Melkin Bracelet. Melkin Bracelet damaged state. At the beginning of the Big Bang, a ray of original power turned into a miracle bracelet, with the power of cause and effect, allowing people to do things beyond their limits. Current attributes. Upper limit of blood value plus 10%, upper limit of soul power plus 10%, increase of all attributes by 5%. Note, from now on, your fate is no longer controlled by anyone. Suddenly, a cold light pierced out. The dragon armor is coming. Miracle Angel, with a combat power of 185,000, is good at light magic. Su Mu was wearing a dragon armor, cutting down with a lightsaber. Sure enough, a white silk thread was wrapped around the Malkin bracelet, trying to snatch it away. Hee, since you gave it to me, why do you want to take it back? Su Mu cut off the silk thread with her backhand, and put the bracelet into the space ring. To equip things, you need to remove the dragon armor, which is not possible now. Have you ever considered that I can see the future, and I can see through everything about you? In front of my eyes is an illusion, and Sha is in the direction of 3 o'clock. Su Mu flicked his cloak and punched the air. The miracle angel flew out with a scream. I want you to die. Adertisement. The miracle angel in midair spread a pair of black and rotten wings, and rushed towards Su Mu. It's a man, let's fight with blood and flesh. Su Mu gave up her lightsaber and confronted Miracle Angel. 0. In 10 seconds, Su Mu received dozens of punches. This corner of the castle was completely smashed. Under this berserk attack, Su Mu felt the incompletely digested dragon and began to fuse with his body. The upper limit of physical fitness, chi and blood value and soul power gradually increased. Combat power values are slowly rising. Not bad, she was exhausted. I don't understand, how do you have the courage to fight hand to hand with mages and warriors? You have such a small body, you don't have anything to ask for, do you have this capital? Do you think you're a battle mage? Do you think you're a mage supreme? Su Mu slapped Miracle Angel on the chest. The Kanglong chant. The air was quiet for a second, the Miracle Angel's wings were shattered, and the whole person knelt down powerlessly. The Miracle Angel raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Tisk, I'm indeed a battle mage, but I didn't expect to turn over here. It seems that your bloodline is unusual, but don't be complacent. Do you know the magic sea? Soon the sea of magic will descend and swallow you up, dragging you into an endless game, where the monsters will swallow you up to the bone. Su Mu ignored the curse and slashed with a sword, blood spattering everywhere. I have entered this game a long time ago. In order to survive, I must snatch everything. Survival in the Demon Sea, the monster will become stronger and stronger, if it does not become stronger, then only death. Actually, you are the only ones who haven't found out. Obtain. Advanced Beast Core 1. Obtain. Heart of Fallen Angel 1. Su Mu looked at the Demon King at the side. Brother, don't kill me. Hee. Obtain. Advanced Beast Core 1. Obtain. Demon King's Heart 1. Put things away and start searching for supplies. There is no need to search for the dragon people in the distance. In the attack core of the Yin-Yang Ion Blade, there is nothing under the epic that can withstand the impact. This is a cue from the sixth sense. It seems that we can't always use this kind of big move in the future, it is really destroying the monsters and supplies together, and nothing can be obtained. Stepping forward, Su Mu picked up a sword. Obtain. Epic Demon King Holy Sword. With an epic level divine sword in hand, he was beaten into such a virtue by himself. How good is this Devil King? The Holy Sword of the Demon King, sealed state. There was an ancient Demon King who fell in love with an angel from the Kingdom of Light. Forbidden love is not accepted. The Demon Clan and the Angel Clan launched a hunt for the old Devil King in Weishi. Finally, in a cloudy valley, the old devil king and the angel sacrificed their lives to forge this long sword as a proof of their love. Note: in order to perfectly exert the power of the devil's holy sword, you need to have both the power of light and darkness. 377. Tisk, it's tailor-made again. With the only force on his wrist, he lifted the sword. This is a long black sword without a point, like a long and thin piece of iron. The total length is 1.2 meters, the width is 2 centimeters, and the hilt is 30 centimeters long. A rare long sword, only suitable for chopping. System prompt. Found an epic sword weapon, is it fused? Fusion. Skill light blade summoning, change gestalt. Light blade summoning. Summon an epic level lightsaber, with burning, armor piercing, bleeding, tearing effects, blood consumption per second *30. Note: swing the sword with life to cut off all obstacles. Su Mu flicked his wrist, and the Demon King's holy sword appeared in his palm. The difference now is that there is a layer of blue halo around him. Why is it like a glowing black light tube? After putting everything away, Mu went to the front yard along the path. 2 heads of the 3 hellhounds had been chopped off and turned into a white Tibetan mastiff and fled. Snow mastiff. The 3-headed Cerberus is evolved, has a strong fighting capacity, and likes to tear down houses. Isn't this a preference? 3 Cerberus dogs, and the other 2 heads are Husky Shenzhen and Ala Shijiago. Both of them like to tear down houses, which is also affected. Worthy of the god Jun and Ala's family. 6. Suddenly, the white snow mastiff jumped at Su Mu's feet and turned over, revealing its belly. Boss, my name is Bai Shu, the treasure chest, and you, please let me go. I can be your pet, I'm super powerful. Looking at the only head left, Bai Shu rubbed his head in embarrassment. You can consider accepting it, this monster's blood is not low. Su Mu took out his sword and lightly poked Bai Shu's stomach, but the latter did not resist. This dog has put his life in your hands. Where's your dignity? Eat. What about the bones? Buried. Is this really a snow mastiff, not a husky? Half and Hal, who do you want? Su Mu turned his gaze to the 3 ladies. If this is counted, there are now 4 pets and 4 people in the family, and the daily rations are a big expense. This is Su Mu, and no one else can handle it. The 3 ladies also hesitated, and everyone knew the current situation. Every ration for the family is a burden. It seems that no one wants it. Let Qin Fang open the treasure chest. Greet Qin Fang to come to the front of the treasure chest. You come and drive. Obtain. Epic Anti-Gravity Engine Design Blueprint *2 Arc Accessories. Obtain. Design drawings of perfect vegetable greenhouse 2. Picking up the blueprint, Kai Gring handed it to Chi Yu, and Su Mu took the Epic Anti-Gravity Engine Blueprint. If it can be built, the ark can fly. Anti-gravity engine, epic level, a large ark accessory that allows the ark to roam anywhere regardless of gravity. Production requirements. Earth Magneto 1, Sky Black Jade 1, Epic Grade Basalt Steel 100, Floating Enchanted Book 100. Tisk, 2 strange treasures, plus so many enchanted books, it's worthy of the ark's compatibility. Su Mu waved to the crowd. Start searching, what are you doing in a daze? Everyone started to search for supplies. Seeing this, Bai Shu also left with the 3 women, without being surprised at all. It's like he was the pet of the 3 women. Shameless dog. Su Mu followed the cues of the 6th sense. Go to the underground warehouse of the castle. He kicked open the door of the underground warehouse, and there was an old man kneeling inside. Unfortunately, it has been dead for a long time. On the left of the warehouse is a row of wines, and on the right are various seasonings. Putting the seasoning into the space ring, Su Mu suddenly found that the space ring was almost full. 100 cubic meters is not enough. Besides the curry in this storehouse, there is a strange treasure on the old man. Su Mu came to the old man and observed carefully. He reached out and took out a necklace from the old man's coat pocket, and there was a letter hanging on the necklace. Open letter. Dear friend, when you open this letter, it proves that I have been killed by that angel. I beg you with the treasure of family inheritance, help me kill the angel and rescue the clansmen. Your revenge has been avenged, and I will take this reward. Obtain. Excellence Necklace, Tears of Dionysus. Tears of Dionysus, a special item, put it in the wine, it can improve the quality of the wine, up to the level of excellence. Su Mu came to the left and emptied the wine racks. Not much, just 100 bottles. Suddenly, the door opened, and a young man walked in angrily, grabbed Su Mu by the collar. Who are you? Why are you at my house? Su Mu grabbed the young man's hand and twisted it hard. Ah, I haven't tried yet. There is something wrong with this man, put him down first, and he will come back later. Put it on the man, walk out of the room, come to the highest point of the castle, and look into the distance. At this time, it was terribly dark, and there was already a slight drizzle of rain. The sea water in the distance had turned black, and suddenly, a streak of blood appeared, and then disappeared in an instant. Murloc strong. The current Murlocs can no longer pose any threat to Su Mu. The three women came to Su Mu, and Chi Yu began to report. We didn't take food, but only some medicinal materials. Fang found some materials, which can be used to make vegetable greenhouses. We also got vegetable seeds, which can be cultivated. Although it can't increase qi in blood, it can be used to supplement the taste. Su Mu nodded and asked Chi Yu to take her ark to the beach, while she went to the warehouse again. When passing by the hall, there was no one there, and the skeleton soldiers were smashed to pieces. A group of scum with a combat power of 500 smashed a group of skeletons with a combat power of more than 5,000, ha ha. Back to the fighting hall, the corpses of angels and demons are gone. Su Mu didn't take the corpse. The corpse couldn't be decomposed and had no other function. I've always been curious about one thing, that is, the people on this island are the second batch of people summoned by the Devil Sea, but why didn't the Devil Sea make an announcement? Someone is playing tricks. This person may not be very strong, but he took advantage of the loophole of the magic sea. Interesting. He kicked open the door of the warehouse, and sure enough, there were a group of people standing inside. Everyone, can we talk? Su Mu summoned Yin-Yang Ion Blade, and the wave of destroying everything permeated. The purpose is already obvious. If this group of people don't cooperate, they will have to die. My lord, we just came to see the owner of the castle, but we didn't expect him to die here. A lady cried and opened her mouth. Too calm, under the threat of such a powerful weapon, he didn't rush, there must be something to rely on. It is a space prop. I found a space prop that I have met before. The yin and yang ion blades were scattered, and the long knife was taken out, and a faint smell of blood began to permeate. Don't think about running away, my blow can split the space. Su Mu looked at everyone coldly. I once met a woman who had space props, and I also met a Murloc who also felt space props. Now, I can also feel the breath of space in you. I think you didn't come here through formal channels. Then, for the players who arrived earlier, how should I deal with you? Kill them all. The purpose of these is to seek the luck of the human race, and the factory must be cleaned up. Luck is such a strange thing, invisible and intangible, but it really exists. Su Mu possesses supreme luck, but only knows about it because of her own good luck. For example, if you meet an ancestor in the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan and receive 4 original dragon blood as a gift, this is a manifestation of luck. If these people want to seize the luck of the human race, then he will be the best target. It can even be said that the purpose of these people is to hunt him. Loka explained in a difficult way. My friend, we really don't know why we came here. We were just having a dance party, and then we suddenly arrived here. Too calm, so calm that it is unbelievable, even a blind person can feel that he is lying. Su Mu took out something. Myerkin bracelet, also known as strange bracelet, can turn decay into a magical artifact. But the artifact is damaged. What damaged an artifact? The artifact is unique and extremely difficult to damage. Only the artifact can damage the artifact, or the artifact is overloaded. Oh, the future Su Mu can also do it. The collision of yin and yang ion blades can generate enough power to destroy all things, but this power is unique. Do you know this thing? I don't know. Luo Kaki directly denied. Lying. He knows, even knows the function of the Malkin bracelet, and also knows that the bracelet was damaged by crossing the magic sea. Tisk, I'm actually quite curious and want to ask 2 questions. Su Mu narrowed her eyes and secretly activated the hypnotic technique. Excuse me, what race are you and where do you come from? We are the Roshan clan, from the planet Sakanika. Answer no question, the Luashan tribe, from the planet Sakanika, the Luashan Empire. How many people came here? How many died? Why did the miracle angel lose control? 71 came. Miracle was poisoned by us, and we were going to kill her. Suddenly, a person came up and punched Luo Kaki awake. Luo Kaki, you actually betrayed the motherland. Luo Kaki pointed at Su Mu tremblingly, spurted out a mouthful of black blood, and his breath dissipated in an instant. These people have been poisoned, and they will die if they say specific information. You said it's good that you left, why do you have to come back? The Lashan tribe began to surround them, all holding submachine guns in their hands. If you were exposed, then go to hell, the great Lashan Empire is immortal. Suddenly, a person charged forward and threw a short spear at Su Mu. Evasion, an excellent level soul-breaking gun, which can directly damage the soul of the enemy. Good. With light footsteps and a raised hand, Su Mu caught the short spear and shot an arrow from the crossbow in his hand. Shoot the man directly through the neck. Then he raised his hand crossbow and shot a thunder arrow towards the ground, and a thunder arc spread among the crowd. There were endless screams. For a moment, everyone was electrocuted and lay on the ground. Su Mu stepped forward and casually shot an arrow into the head of a Lashan tribe. First things first, how did you get here? Where is the thing that sent you here? We won't answer, kill us. They will answer, some people are scared. Slapping a man on the head is like smashing a watermelon. Hee, you came to the wrong place at the wrong time, and a group of scumbags with less than 500 fighting powers came here, you really have big hearts. No boats, no weapons, very strange. A young man was scared out of his wits and finally couldn't bear it anymore. What sent us is a one-time space system prop, which has been destroyed. Fake, the space props are inside this castle. The sixth sense can't perceive it, and the space props are suspected to have exhausted their energy and become ordinary objects. Su Mu opened her arms, and the blood value and soul power performed together. The yin and yang blade reappeared. Forget it, the last question, you are here to grab luck, I want to ask, how do you want to grab it? In fact, of all the issues, only this one is the most important. The complexion of the Zongluo God clan changed drastically. How does this person know about this? Isn't this a family secret? Looking at the faces of everyone, Su Mu seemed to see a huge torch burning. Fire, energy, materials, the most fundamental thing is energy, what they want to plunder is energy. There are also advanced luck owners. You are mistaken, we are not here to plunder luck, we. The yin and yang ion blades came out, and the entire warehouse disappeared instantly. Waves erupt and the castle begins to be destroyed. Say so much nonsense, Moji. Putting on the Malkin bracelet, Su Mu searches the entire island again. When returning to the gate of the castle, a message suddenly came from the sixth sense. Feel the mysterious fluctuations, someone is charging the island, and the empty energy items are the corpses of angels and demons. The entire island is that artifact of space, but its energy has been exhausted and it has become a mortal thing. Suddenly, Su Mu didn't notice any abnormality under the powerful perception of the sixth sense. It wasn't that this thing was so powerful, but that it had become a mortal thing and fell into dead silence. The sixth sense still needs to be strengthened. Follow the intuition of the sixth sense and come to the other side of the mountain. There is a gate here, and the sun kicks the gate to pieces. There were 10 small spaces inside, and a guy was messing around with 2 corpses. Su Mu sneered. Did you find that those 2 things have no energy? Both the animal core and the heart were taken away, and the 2 corpses were just 2 pieces of meat. The figure of the middle-aged man froze instantly. Kill me, I am a child of the great Lashan, and I will never surrender to darkness. As you wish. Su Mu shot the middle-aged man headshot. It's already clear that this is a conspiracy. The people of the Lashan tribe knew the existence of the demon sea in advance, so they made a plan. Lure a demon king, an angel to this island, let them kill each other because of an artifact. Taking this opportunity, they brought the devil and the angel to this world. They are planning to use the corpses of these 2 to replenish the energy of the island. And this island is actually a different kind of ark. They will use the ark to plunder the supplies in the novice area and seize the luck of the human race. I have to admit, very clever calculation. Su Mu stepped forward, came to a piece of irregular crystal that was 1 person tall in the room, and put her hand on it. Obtain. Void Island 1, Artifact, Damaged State. System Prompt. from the current point of view, it is just an ordinary island. If it can be repaired, it will become an artifact that dominates the life and death of a race. I can't even see the ability, it is really damaged and turned into an ordinary island. That's right, this is the Sea of Magic, how can we travel through it at will? Take out a beast core and put it close to the crystal, the beast core turns into flowing water and is swallowed by the crystal. The crystal glowed faintly, but there was still no response. Having a headache, how to take away such a big island? The island is about 10 kilometers long and is a huge monster. Use the faction card to form a faction, and you can turn the island under your feet into your own private property. Su Mu took out a white card. Influence card. After using it, you can turn the island under your feet into your own private property, which will exist forever. And you can carry it with you, but the island will be deserted if you don't take care of it for a long time. To manage an island, you need to recruit people. Use power card. Do you want to turn the island under your feet into the main island of power? Note, the main island is the original island and cannot be changed. Yes, please set a nickname for your faction. Miracle Town. System prompt. Congratulations to player Su Mu for forming a miracle town. Maximum force members. 40 people. Please name the main island. Island of the Void. True ink blot. The Void Island has been established. Clear all the items on it. In the next second, the entire island was razed to the ground. The trees withered, the mountains disappeared, and the castles were destroyed. In the end, only a piece of land with a diameter of about 10 meters remained. Mahai, you are so stingy. Such a big thing, you made it so big for me. Su Mu felt it with his sixth sense, and only then did he discover the abnormality. This land is actually a big plate, emitting mysterious fluctuations. A plate of soil was placed in a large metal plate, which is now the island. System prompt. The artifact Void Island damaged continuously consumes metal, soil, and wood, which can expand the area. The first stage of repair. Guardian Enchanted Book 10, Strong Enchanted Book 10, Floating Enchanted Book 10. You can get after repairing. Energy Shield, which can isolate the island from the outside world. The Ark slowly approached, and Su Mu boarded the Ark. Do you want to fuse the Ark with the Island of the Void? After the fusion, the Ark cannot use the ability to dive before upgrading the energy cover. Fusion. After the fusion is completed, the Ark inherits the ability of the Void Island, which can be expanded infinitely by consuming wood, metal, and soil. First level upgrade consumption. Metal 1000, wood 1000, soil 100. In the next second, the skylight on the top of the Ark, which is the passageway directly to the top of the Ark. The surrounding metal began to change, a metal disc grew out, embedded in the passage opening, and the Mud King began to emerge from the bottom of the disc. And the doorway of this skylight has also become the center of the Void Island. Su Mu jumped up, looking from a high place, it felt like a whale holding an island. Back inside the Ark, I found that the view of the sky could no longer be seen. This is not a problem. After all, the Ark now has a small radar, and it can drive according to the radar without seeing the outside. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for being the first person to form a faction. Do you want to make an announcement? Release. Quote. Su Mu feels that she will definitely hire people in the future, so it's better to make her famous now. The islands in the future will become bigger and bigger, so few people are not enough to explore a very large island. Survival. Except for people at the top of the food chain, no creature can survive in the wild alone. Lions have prides, and killer whales have companions. Magic Sea announcement. Congratulations to player Su Mu for forming the first faction, Miracle Town. It is worthwhile for a faction to exchange for a divine weapon, even though the divine weapon has been broken. The Magic Sea can bring 6 billion human races here, and generate countless islands for people to explore. Moreover, the two major talents in Su Mu's body have proved their terrifying power. Under such circumstances, the ability of this Void Island to smuggle a group of people into the Demon Sea by force has proved its terrifying ability. If it can be fully repaired, the future is also a big help. It's difficult for people to survive, and Mr. Su is ready to form a force. Boss Su, do you have someone from your power? Boss Su, I'm a dancer. I dance so beautifully. Please take me in. L upstairs, Lord Su, I'm a boxer, I can be your bodyguard. Boss Su Mu, I am a spiritual level talent beast tamer, and I can help you tame 10,000 beasts. I ignored these private chats and wanted to accept people, but not now. The natural disaster is approaching, and the storm is about to come. Only those who survive are strong. Su Mu glanced at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the afternoon. Go to another island and collect supplies. This time, Fang was sailing and Yu was cooking dinner. It was very windy outside, and the waves had already reached 1 meter. Su Mu opens the power interface. There are 4 functional blocks: personnel, tasks, construction, and stores. It's very similar to the game guild in the previous life. Turn on the staff, with Su Mu as the leader, and pull the 3 women into the force. Yu was appointed as the head of the logistics department, Fang was the head of the exploration department, and William Locke was the director of the botanical garden. Okay, very good. Anyway, there are only 4 people, let's make a fuss. Open the building, there is a blank inside, there is no doubt that drawings are needed. Open the task, still blank. System prompt. The leader can issue tasks by providing rewards and force contribution points. Open the store, which was also empty. Su Mu pondered for a while, and hung up the perfect level weapon he had just obtained. Trading item. Book of Darkness perfect grade. Requirements: 3,000 contribution points. Trading item. Magic robe perfect grade. Requirements: 3,000 contribution points. They are all set to require contribution points. As for how to get contribution points, it depends on Su Mu's will. Anyway, you can't lose money because you must know that perfect level weapons can only be made by consuming enchanted books. And blueprints are rare, not everyone is Su Mu. With strong luck, you can get weapons casually. Not everyone is Fang, and there is a 50% probability of drawing a blueprint. Without blueprints, given you a bunch of epic materials, you can only be piled aside as spicy chicken. Take out a short spear, this one can't throw, the store loves you, it's a good thing. Quote. Excellent grade soul crushing spear, which one of you wants? This is a very good weapon, it can hurt the soul, which is equal to magic attack. It's a pity that Su Mu beats people, there is really no need for this thing. No one wants it for now. Okay then. Su Mu took out the Heart of the Devil. Heart of the Devil King. Take it to gain the power of the Devil King, improve the affinity of dark magic, and improve physical fitness. This is a blood-adding prop, equal to Su Mu's original dragon blood, but much worse. Angel's Heart. Take it to gain the power of an angel, improve your affinity for light magic, and improve your physical fitness. It's impossible to sell this thing if the fat and water don't flow out. Okay, Jiao. 2 bloodline props, which one of you wants? What are they? I put the things on the table, you can see for yourself. Putting things on the table, Su Mu looked into the distance, where an island had already appeared. Discover abnormal breath, discover islands of other forces, bases of dwarves. Before approaching, Su Mu has already perceived part of the information through the 6th sense. Dwarves, one of the few neutral races in the Demon Sea, has shops on it, where you can buy supplies. As the ark approached, Su Mu could already see the buildings above. A small town stood on a rocky mountain with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. At this time, the sky was dark, and the little town was lit with lights. Like a firefly in the dark. I feel a little excited, this is the first race that won't attack humans. Soon the ark approached the island with a stone harbor on it. Fang drove the ark into the port, which is a kind of respect. Having a port means that transactions are accepted here, and if you enter from other places, it is easy to be regarded as an intruder. In the stone port, there were 2 rows of dwarf soldiers holding warhammers and looking wary. Ole, the dwarf leader in golden armor, frowned. At this time, who will this kind of ark be? The magic sea in the novice area, human. Ole smiled kindly and waved hello. Hello, human, my name is Ole, a dwarf merchant. Don't be afraid of our lovely soldiers, they are just defending against sea monsters, the sea of magic is not quiet. A businessman must have the style of a businessman. Whether it is a good person or a bad person, the customer is the one who does business. Hello, my name is Su Mu, can we find a place to chat? It's so cold. Su Mu didn't lie, it was windy and rainy, and the temperature is now much lower than during the day. Ha ha ha, yes, please. Ole made a gesture of invitation, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He is a golden dwarf who has dealt with all kinds of monsters all year round, and is particularly sensitive to combat power. Insensitive and easy to be eaten. He murmured in his heart, my god of the earth, with a combat power of nearly 200,000, he is stronger than some leaders of forces lower than level 993. Su Mu took Chi Yu and followed the dwarfs to a stone house. This house is special, it is very big, it is the largest building on the whole island. Inside is a store, with weapons on the left, armor on the right, and various props and a drawing on the inside. It's just that most of the weapons and armor are sophisticated, not high quality. Ole came to the counter and sat down. Tell me, what do you want to trade? Is there any enchanted book? Su Mu made an inventory, and he still had 20 pieces of fine-grade flesh and blood, 26 pieces of animal cores, and 2 high-level animal cores. These things are funds that can be used. There is also an epic-level anti-gravity engine design drawing, and a perfect-level vegetable greenhouse drawing. At the beginning, Fang issued 2 blueprints. If possible, they could both be sold. No, Ole shook his head, even if there is, it's impossible to sell, that's the foundation. Then what do you want to do? The town type. Ole looked at Su Mu in surprise, the young man was really arrogant. I still have a few treasures here that can be traded. I'm afraid you don't have money. As he spoke, Ole took out something. Discovery. Excellent grape seedlings. Young man, you know that in a place like the Devil's Sea, plants are very precious things. Among other things, excellent level plant seedlings are more expensive than epic level materials. System prompt. Excellent grape seedlings can grow perfect grapes, and they will have the effect of improving physical fitness in the future. Ole is right, high-grade fruits are very precious, as well as vegetables. Su Mu's current fruits are dozens of coconuts that have been stored for a long time, and an orange plant, but that orange is ordinary. What do you want? Su Mu asked the price. I want a perfect level treasure blueprint, or 100 pieces of excellent level flesh and blood. You must know that the harvest of raising this thing is definitely far more than 100 pieces of excellent level flesh and blood. Su Mu took out the drawing of the perfect vegetable greenhouse from the space ring. What do you think? Ole glanced at Su Mu in surprise. He is indeed a ruthless man with 200,000 combat power, and he doesn't even frown when he draws perfect blueprints. The first transaction between the two parties was successfully concluded. Su Mu looked around. Do you have anything else to sell here? Fine grade weapon grade is fine, I don't like it. Ole pondered for a while, and asked someone to carry out a large box. The box opens to reveal a large colored diamond. This diamond is as big as a newborn baby, with colorful colors, and looks like a rockery. Discovery. The essence of life of epic quality 1. First of all, let me say that this thing does not belong to our dwarf tribe. It was given to us by the Magic Sea. We are middlemen. Don't snatch it, otherwise you will be attacked by the Magic Sea. This thing can improve the growth speed and quality of plants. We also want to buy BBAF, but we can't afford the price of the Magic Sea. 1 epic blueprint, plus 2 high-level beast cores. Can I take a look first? Su Mu felt that this was a good thing, but felt something was wrong there. I touched the essence of life with my hand, and suddenly felt sleepy. Life essence epic. Increase the growth rate of food within a radius of 10 meters by 3 times. Activation requires a beast core, and a beast core can be used for 8 hours. Note, this is a fetish, or it can be a waste, do what you can. The effect is very strong, but the consumption is not generally large, and the range is not large. In the current arc, the basic daily consumption of water sources is 3 beast cores, which does not include the beast cores consumed by the arc moving forward. If you buy this, 1 beast core will be consumed every day. It's a horrible expense. Make a deal. Su Mu handed over the drawings of the epic anti-gravity engine. Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't afford it. Ole slapped his thigh and laughed, then froze. 000 what? Deal. No, an epic blueprint, not Chinese cabbage. Where is the blueprint from you? Su Mu put away the essence of life and tapped on the table lightly. This kind of thing is not something you should ask. the next item, I want power level props, do you still have any? Ole shook his head, so surprised that he said the wrong thing. As a businessman, you can't just ask the guest how the property came from, it will be misunderstood that you want to rob. You can look at our weapons. I do not need. Su Mu has a lot of perfect level weapons, and he can't use this kind of sophisticated ones. The air fell into silence, and Chi Yu carefully observed the things in the shop. Suddenly, Chi Yu came over with a blueprint. Mr. Dwarf, how much is this? Well, 4 pieces of fine-grade flesh and blood, or a beast core, are fine. Then I bought it. Looking at the drawings, Su Mu's eyes seemed to see a distorted face. I was shocked in my heart, what on earth made the dwarves greedy? Su Mu took the props, frowning slightly. Perfect grade paper machine design drawing. A prop that can turn wood into paper, enough paper can be gathered into a book. Note, if you don't have an enchanting table, it's just a miscellaneous thing. If you have an enchanting table, it's an artifact. That's it, it's useless, but you can take it if you like. After speaking, Su Mu knocked on the table. Mr. Ole, do you have the design drawing of the writing pen here? Ole took out a blueprint from the storage equipment and handed it over. Here, a piece of fine-grade flesh and blood. To be honest, if there is no enchanting table, paper and pen are the most useless things. Obtained. Excellent pen design blueprint. Su Mu didn't refute, but looked again and saw that there was nothing there, so she left. Chapter 101. On the Dwarf Island. The leader of the dwarves, Ole, looked at the position where the 3 blueprints were placed. Papermaking. Why is papermaking? Quote. The 3 drawings are water purifier, paper machine, and flying skateboard. They actually have blueprints of water purifiers and flying skateboards, which is kind of interesting. Quote. Ole's face hesitated a few times, he was struggling. To be honest, he was surprised by Su Mu's financial power, but when he thought of Su Mu's terrifying fighting power, he could only let go of his greed. If he knew that Su Mu had the enchanting table and the gate of immortal inheritance, he would definitely go for it at any cost. This is the charm of the racial arcana. According to the sixth sense, Su Mu saw a corner of the future dropped. Then I bought the drawing of another pen, and did not explain it. 3. If you explain too much, Ole will become suspicious, but it is just such a pen. Ole thinks that Su Mu bought the pen and paper to write a diary. Record life or something. It is not uncommon for a person who can take out so much property to waste some of it to make paper and pens to keep a diary. Su Mu also doesn't want to fight with the dwarves. The dwarves are a neutral camp, and they can't do casual surgery yet, but this time is also an experiment. In the wind and rain, Su Mu looked at the dwarf island with a gloomy gaze, and sighed softly. In a word, an insignificant thing can change the future and solve a trouble. The sixth sense, not only the perception is strengthened, tisk, the sixth sense seems to be evolving. Su Mu took out the racks used to dry meat and placed them next to the milk fruit tree. I made a wooden basin, put excellent grade soil in it, planted the seeds of excellent grade grapes, and poured a little water. Take out the epic life essence, put it next to the milk tree, and integrate 3 beast cores into it. A strange fluctuation came out. It's the breath of life. Then Su Mu placed the first 2 pots of cherry tomatoes that had been grown for 9 days on top of the essence of life. The blue tomatoes on top are starting to turn red. I planted a seed and it finally grew fruit. Today is not an easy day. The milk fruit tree on the excellent level soil bears fruit every 2 days, but the cherry tomatoes on the ordinary level soil take 10 days. The gap is really not that big. You're the most time-consuming plant I've ever had. An hour later, at mealtime, Su Mu brought 20 red tomatoes. Come and taste it, it's been raised for 10 days. Su Mu picked up a cold fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Bite lightly, the juice splashes, so familiar taste, so familiar feeling. I remember that in the past, Su Mu often planted 2 seedlings in her home, and when she went up to eat, she picked them and ate them as snacks. Su Mu didn't sleep. With his current strength, as long as there is no violent battle, it's fine to stay up for 3 days. The body has become stronger, and the spirit has also become stronger. The rain outside is getting heavier, and the magic sea is displaying its power wantonly. Su Mu drove the ark through the waves. While he was still full of energy and the power of the magic sea had not reached its peak, he wanted to explore an island. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ahead tore through the night with a cruel gesture. Su Mu narrowed her eyes. On the sea ahead, a giant tortoise like a mountain slowly moved forward, and on the back of the giant tortoise lay a big faint blue snake. Su Mu said in surprise, Xuanwu. No, no. Suddenly, the other party seemed to have heard Su Mu's words, and turned his head. Open black lens bracket murderous, close black lens bracket. I just read a sentence, and you want to kill me. Turtle King Brahma looked at the little bugs below with a gloomy gaze, then turned and left. Others may not see it, but he can see it. On top of this little bug, lay a huge whale soul. The power of yin and yang, the reverberation of ancient whales, interesting guy. After Brahma left, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from the corners of Su Mu's eyes. Just now, 3 ways to escape appeared in his mind. Tisk, the big tortoise actually wants to kill me, our relationship is finally settled. Driving in the sea is boring, Su Mu turns on the World Channel to watch the excitement. It's full of complaints. Rain, food soaked. You are good, my water is polluted, and I have to drink rainwater tomorrow. Suddenly, a message came. The wind and waves are too strong, help me, my boat has capsized, who has a life jacket, help me. Su Mu is keenly aware of the problem. At this time, although the wind and waves are strong, how can they be overturned? Even a first-class sailboat will never capsize if it is driven carefully. There's something in the sea, help me. There are sharks, octopuses, and other monsters in the sea. Don't be caught, you will die if you go into the sea. This time finally reflects the benefits of teaming. During this time, there are tens of thousands of teams. Haha, our 4 brothers killed a sea monster and got the beast's core and flesh. We are 2. If you form a good team, everything is not a problem. Let's form a team. Does Boss Su have any influence? Su Mu suddenly felt that she was being watched by countless eyes. In the next second, the World Channel refreshed the screen again. Boss Su, please, let me join your power, I'm super sweet. Boss Su, I am the champion of the Miss Universe competition, please take care of me. Upstairs, I'm a spiritual level fighter with outstanding combat power. I was also a boxer before. I can fight very well. Choose me. Su Mu directly ignored these people. At this time, it is extremely difficult to find real team cards. If they can gather together, the chances of survival will be greatly increased. But these people came to Su Mu just to seek asylum and benefits. His place is not a shantang. If he collects a bunch of trash, who will help him when he is in danger? That group of trash will definitely not help him. This group of people will only tear off every piece of flesh on his body when he encounters danger. Suddenly, a private chat came and successfully caught Su Mu's attention. Boss Su, I am a fairy talent, with the blood of the Azure Dragon. I can make the surrounding plants grow better, and I can control the power of wood. Can you let me join your power? For Qinglong, Su Mu has a good impression, but people have to look at it. Long Qingfeng, female, 24 years old, an ordinary woman, looks a bit old because she entered the society too early. Open the combat power leaderboard and look it up. Long Qingfeng, with a fighting power of 8,400, ranked 11th, very strong. Excluding Su Mu now, the 5th place is an American with a combat power of 10,007. What benefits do you bring me? Don't talk about nourishing plants, your ability is useless to me. Favorable impressions belong to good impressions, but Su Mu will not accept a useless person. Long Qingfeng was silent for a while, and sent 2 documents. Boss, I think you should need this thing. On an island in the endless sea of magic, a handsome woman lay shivering in a crevice of rocks. She is Long Qingfeng. In the distance, a sky-high figure is getting closer and closer. That's why she wanted to join Su Mu's forces. In this situation, not only did Long Qingfeng meet, but more people began to meet monsters. Magic Ocean announcement. Human players, do you think survival is too easy? The novice period has passed, and the real way to survive is coming. Tremble and despair. Looking at the Mahai announcement, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The rest of the human race has indeed lived a very prosperous life recently. There is water, there is food, barely starving to death, and if you are lucky, you can even meet a girl to talk about life. Can mix, Who wants to become stronger? The announcement from the demon sea is coming. Those foolish people are destined to pay the price with their lives. The world channel began to boil. I saw a 10,000-meter-long sea snake. I saw a 1,000-meter-long giant tortoise. Mommy, the giant tortoise has seen me. I saw a very big whale. I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Who will save me? Su Mu suddenly realized that he was not the only one who saw the giant monster. Here, Long Qingfang's face was ashen. The sea monster was already approaching, moving towards her position. Long Qingfang had already seen that ferocious mouth. This is a creature similar to the legendary Loch Ness monster, a long-necked dinosaur. A pair of red eyes flickered, telling Long Qingfang that the June 13th was not a good one. The sea monster slowly opened its mouth towards Long Qingfang. Food, delicious food. Here, Su Mu fell into deep thought after reading two epic-level materials, the Earth Magneto and the Sky Xuanyu. Good guy, the main materials for the anti-gravity engine are all in place, the rest is fine steel in the enchanted book. What's the situation? Others always get good things, but I can't. Open black lens bracket. Good things are usually guarded by powerful monsters. To obtain this kind of thing, all of them must be snatched from a desperate situation. Close black lens bracket. Supreme luck will send heaven, material and earth treasures to you, and will not let you bear the cause and effect of being hunted down. Close black lens bracket. Well, the feeling of the sixth sense is perfect. The current sixth sense not only improves perception, but can predict the future for a short time, and even greatly improves reasoning ability. Really, the stronger the strength, the more terrifying the effect of this talent. Su Mu decided to accept Long Qingfang, but joining the power does not mean that Su Mu will raise her like three women. Open black lens bracket. This woman's mind is too complicated, she can't stay with her. Close black lens bracket. I can let you join Miracle Town, or I can pull you here, but in the future you will have to support yourself. And you have to hand in supplies every day. At the beginning, it is a piece of fine-grade wood and a piece of fine-grade flesh. In the future, the tax will be higher. If you feel that you can't stay any longer, you have to pay something of a certain value. After all, my place is not a shantang, and pulling you here will consume the number of teleportation times. Long Qingfang quickly agreed. No problem, what do you say? Regardless of other things, save your own life first. A mouthful of stench bit Long Qingfang, and Long Feng closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, I felt that my whole body was not right. When I looked up, I found that I had stretched out of a sci-fi room. Boss Su. Long Qingfang recognized Su Mu sitting on the cab at a glance. After looking up and down at the newcomer, Su Mu shook his head. His whole body was wet and still dripping, like a mouse that had been submerged in water. Join my faction, then you have to serve me. There are things in the faction store. If you like it, you can spend some materials to exchange contribution points with me, and then go buy it. But you can't live with me, I only provide a platform, survival is still close to yourself. You will leave after the natural disaster, and you can't go in the same direction as me. Long Qingfang quickly opened the power store, and his whole body was directly petrified. Perfect grade props, 3 pieces, perfect robe, perfect staff. My god, what kind of power did I add to this? But when he thought of Su Mu's combat power of up to 190,000, Long Qingfang also understood that these things that she regarded as treasures were just a bunch of useless junk to Su Mu. The things here are basically not for takeaway. You can buy it if you want, but don't talk nonsense. I don't like the feeling of being blown up in private chat channels. Do you understand? Long Qingfang nodded quickly. Understood, move. Su Mu continued to watch the World Channel and found that more than many people had encountered huge monsters. Strange, are these monsters really that powerful? The big tortoise I met before, Su Mu didn't want to fight it was because it was too big and it wasn't worth fighting. Thinking about it now, is the demon sea really going to destroy human beings? The situation is very unusual, there is an evil spirit, and it feels like something bad has happened. Suddenly, the head of an ichthyosaur emerged from the water, and a pair of blood-colored eyes looked at Su Mu's arc. Ichthyosaurus, with a combat power of 187,000, huge body, skill bite, high defense, ruthless attack power, and fast speed. Close black lens bracket. Note: don't misjudge its strength just because it looks simple and honest. Close black lens bracket. It's not right. Su Mu called Yingzhong's pets, but unexpectedly there was a white mastiff among the pets. Shit, one more pet was added without paying attention. Forget it, you four, keep an eye on him. Su Mu shook his head. This is also his acquiescence. The dog was adopted by Fang, and he has never cared about it. Otherwise, if there are other monsters on the ark, the sixth sense soap will give an early warning. When they came to the top of the ark, Su Mu took a look at the island of the void, and the soil inside remained unchanged even after being washed by the rain. Well, it seems that we don't have to worry about soil loss in the future. Open the combat power interface to check your status. Open black lens bracket Su Mu. Combat power 194,700. Occupation perfect warrior, magician. Blood value 1.8 with 1.8 W. Soul power W 1 W. Skills dragon armor descending, light blade summoning demon king's holy sword, water art Kun's water dragon, yin and yang ion blade, Kanglong Chan. Let's fight. Su Mu jumped up and rushed up on the flying skateboard. The dragon armor is coming. Water method hyphenation point Kun's dragon. A water dragon drilled out of the sea and knocked the ichthyosaur more than 10 meters away. Physical defense is extremely strong, it can be considered. Close black lens bracket. It has great resistance to Kanglongyan, it is recommended to fight in close combat. Close black lens bracket. The shining blade calls. A lightsaber like a black light tube appeared in his hand, and Su Mu threw out a sword flower. The body is like a ghost, the body scratches across the body of the fish dragon, and the long sword cuts a bloodstain on it. The devil's holy sword can break armor, tear, and bleed. After a sword cut, the wound is extremely difficult to heal. The ichthyosaur opened its mouth to bite Su Mu, but Su Mu turned around and avoided it. Under the perception of the sixth sense, every movement of the ichthyosaur, as well as the next attack route, was perfectly transmitted to Su Mu's mind. Ho ho! Anger filled the fish and dragon's mind, causing it to lose its reason. The ichthyosaurs attacked wildly, not in control of the rules. Su Mu put away the flying skateboard, fell into the water, and the speed suddenly increased. The contract of the sea, the combat power will not be damaged in the water. Close black lens bracket. Unexpectedly, there was another wound on his body. Su Mu stood in the water, lightly dodging the blow of the ichthyosaur's tail. There is neither sadness nor joy on the face, this is an ordinary hunt. The blood began to flow, dizziness, cold and other feelings came into the mind of the ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur realized that the enemy was difficult to deal with and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Inside the ark, Long Qingfang stared blankly at all this. What is the gap? She was still worrying about the monster's approach, but the boss in front of her had already stepped forward and defeated the monster. Ahem, this master's combat power has broken the limit. Bai Shu muttered. After some fighting, Su Mu pierced the ichthyosaur's head with a sword. Obtain. Advanced Beast Core 1. Get excellent grade fish flesh *50. Obtain. Excellent ichthyosaur bones 30. It's a good harvest, but unfortunately there is no fish skin. The monsters in the magic sea are like this. The monster you kill may not get all his props, but only the essence parts. This is also the reason why it is difficult for the demon sea to survive. After stretching, Su Mu was ready to go back to rest. Suddenly, a starry sky-like whale emerged from the water and floated in midair. The whale is about 1 kilometer long and is in the form of a humpback whale. What's the situation? Fighting again. It's unusual, but it can't be beaten, and your strength is far beyond your current you. The whale looked at the villain in front of him curiously with a pair of big eyes. He was really small, and his fighting power was not bad. My name is Star Whale, is your name Su Mu? Su Mu rubbed her head. Surprised, how did this guy know his name? It seems so. The starry sky whale leaps high, its tail tearing through the sky. It started to fly around the ark, seeming to be examining something. Is this the legendary whale? It really feels familiar. Song of the Great Sea Whale really deserves its reputation. Jingtian didn't lie to me. Su Mu couldn't bear it anymore. Water method Kun's Shenlong. The 10-meter-long water dragon slapped the starry sky whale without even splashing a wave. Brother whale, Who are you? Do I know you well? The starry sky whale's eyes are slightly curved, and it seems to be in a good mood. You don't know me well, but one of my juniors knows you. Do you know Whale Sky? Of course Sumo knew him. Once he asked Jingtian for help and Fang bought a batch of whale bones from Jingtian. That whale is very authentic to him. The starry sky whale suddenly showed a strange expression. It's like seeing something funny. She looked at Sumo in surprise. You actually brought the girl who baited fate with you, aren't you afraid that she will bring bad luck and swallow you up? Sumo shrugged. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. If you want to harvest something, you need to pay something. I need her to catch the opportunity. I just transferred 2 broken artifacts 2 days ago. The starry sky whale circled Sumo and looked up and down twice, as if looking at a novel species. Strong and courageous, it's no wonder your combat power has risen so fast. Little guy, how about we come to this deal? While talking, Whale Starry Sky took out a large light ball from the air, and there was an illusory colorful whale floating in the light ball. Sumo recognized that this is an illusory soul, and this soul has been severely injured and may dissipate at any time. This is my daughter, but she seems to be dying. The corners of Suemu's mouth twitched, and he complained secretly, this is obviously dead. Our whale clan has a legend that if the living can obtain the enchanted book Sea Whale Song, they will have an immortal body. If the dead can get this book, and cover the soul and the enchanted book on a utensil at the same time, the dead will return. Quote, as a human, this effect is only useful for the whale family. I'm a father, so I want to bring my daughter back to life. I know that if I do this, my daughter will become your tool, but I still want to attach my daughter's soul to this whale of yours. Quote, boy, I'll just ask you a question, do you agree or not? Sumo was speechless, looking at the starry sky whale with a serious face. No matter how it sounds, it is not reliable. Open black lens bracket. It's true, this whale is not malicious. Close black lens bracket. Sumo asked curiously, why don't you rob me? The star whale looks at Sumo like a monster. Do you like being robbed? Sumo rolled her eyes and spread her hands. I'm just curious, this kind of thing should be grabbed by ordinary people, why don't you do that? You have the enchanted book Sea Whale Song, the whale family will maintain absolute respect for you, you are equivalent to our tribe, our whale family is very principled, and we can quarrel. They even make trouble so that they don't communicate with each other, but they will never kill each other. This is why our whale family dominates the Demon Sea. Sumo nodded, the old guy said something grand, but he always felt something was wrong. Open black lens bracket. This guy has been here for a long time, he was the one who scared the turtle away. Close black lens bracket. Probably feel that you are a good person, all groups come. The strength is so strong that the sixth sense can hardly feel it. Close black lens bracket. Being friendly with this kind of existence is not a bad thing. Close black lens bracket. Okay, I said yes, but what can you do for me? The starry sky whale was silent. I have seen shameless ones, but I have never seen such shameless ones. The daughter is going to be his slave, but he still cares about his own interests. Well, you are the uncle, you are awesome. Well, I don't think ordinary benefits can stop you, so I'll give you a secret. There are 3 things that are very important in the Magic Sea game, the enchanting table, the gate of immortal inheritance, and the unsinkable island. The starry sky whale wanted to see curiosity on Suemu's face, but failed. There was no curiosity on Suemu's face, only disgust. Hey, what's the expression on your face, do you look down on me? Do you know what these 3 secrets mean? This can change something about a race. Sumo nodded and waved her hand again. What you said is not a secret, I know, what's more, I have everything you said. The starry sky whale was silent for a moment. Flew around the ark. The powerful perception spread out, and I felt 3 mysterious breaths, no, 4. There is also a broken artifact on this kid. Well, I was being reckless. In that case, I have something to tell you. When the natural disaster strikes tomorrow, a terrifying thing will pass by. At that time, you can trade with him. Don't be afraid to trade because of fear. What he needs is very simple, a high-level beast core is enough, but what he gives you is very precious, an eternal and unique thing. Boy, that's all I can say. There will be a period later. Quote, After finishing speaking, the starry sky whale photographed the remnant soul of the whale into the body of the mechanical whale, then turned and left. Let's slip away. I can't afford to mess with him. This kid has too many good things. He feels richer than me. If you stay any longer, you will really be ready to rob. At the same time, Su Mu also received the message. It is detected that the soul of the Ark and the intelligent creature is fused, and an intelligence system is obtained. Close black lens bracket. Seth, you are buying and selling. Sun Mu returned to the inside of the Ark and came to the driving area. There is an extra miniature whale on the display. Hi, my name is Whale Song. Hi, my name is Su He. The whale's soul officially met Su Mu. Whale Song rolled a few times in it, very happy. Master, please give me advice for the rest of my life. Su Mu sighed slightly, and her dissatisfaction dissipated a lot. Whale Song smiled and swam happily in the monitor. Master, don't blame my father, the rules limit him, and he can only break through to the novice zone at this time. Being able to bring me in is already the limit, and I didn't bring anything else at all. Otherwise, they will be punished by the demon sea. Quote. Open black lens bracket. It is the starry sky whale that used a bug, just like the bug that Luoshan used. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu rubbed between her eyebrows, took out a bottle of tiger bone wine and drank it. This wine can restore soul force. Whale Song, why do monsters with a combat power of more than 100,000 appear in this magical sea? Whale Song pondered for a while and explained, Master, I don't know much, but this matter has to start with you. Originally, the ultimate combat power limit in the Magic Sea novice area is 100,000, but every 10 days in the Demon Sea, there will be a natural disaster. A group of monsters will be bred in natural disasters, and there will be as many monsters as there are players. Each monster corresponds to the strength of the player. Your strength has surpassed the limit, so he can only assign you an expensive weapon that exceeds the limit. Feelings are still my fault. Woo la la la. Seeing that he had answered his master's doubts, Whale Song hummed happily, and the singing voice that belongs to whales wafted far away. Su Mu felt that her mood had improved a lot. Strong wind, torrential rain. Let's go aside first. And many more. Su Mu turned to look at Long Qingfang beside him. Almost forgot, you bring those 2 stones. Long Qingfang's face darkened, and he took out 2 stones. These 2 stones, one black and one white, contain a mysterious atmosphere, and they are extraordinary treasures at first glance. She snatched it from the mouth of a giant beast, yes, it was from the mouth of a giant beast, and almost died. Just hand it over, somewhat unwilling. But after only 2 seconds of hesitation, Long Qingfang offered the 2 rare treasures with both hands. First, this is an agreement to hand in supplies to save her life due to difficulties. Second, she doesn't have the capital to bargain with Su Mu. Thirdly, Long Qingfang is not a short-sighted person, and feels that in the future, the benefits this force will give her will far outweigh the 2 materials. Good. Obtain. Earth Magneto 1. Obtain. Sky Xuanyu *1. Su Mu accepted the 2 stones, the 2 most important ones have been obtained, and the rest is epic metal, hoping to encounter it in this natural disaster. I don't treat you badly. Su Mu handed over 4 pieces of excellent grade flesh and blood. He just killed a ichthyosaur and got 50. He is rich and powerful, and these 2 are not bad, and this person will be his younger brother in the future. It is not good to take 2 epic level materials for nothing. This is considered a condolence fee for the younger brother. Thank you, leader. Long Qingfang was so moved that he almost cried. The material. Can it be eaten? Can it directly improve the strength? Meat is edible and can improve strength. It is worthwhile to exchange 2 pieces of unused materials for excellent grade meat. Poor kid, brainwashed by 4 pieces of meat. The night was getting dark, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the waves once exceeded 3 meters. Su Mu's ark rips one wave after another, heading for the next island. Long Qingfang lay on the floor in a random place in the driver's cab. His clothes were damp and he didn't take them off. In this magical place, people have to learn to adapt. At least, now there is no need to be outside in the rain. Whale Song has lost most of his memory and doesn't know much. Su Mu chatted with her without a word. The time came to 3 o'clock in the morning on the 10th day. Open black lens bracket. Natural disaster officially arrives. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu opened her eyes suddenly and opened up the world. There are monsters, lots of monsters. Anyone want to form a team? Please form a team. Most of the information is encountering monsters and seeking to form a team. At this time, the team can gain greater hope. Magic Sea announcement. Natural disasters are officially coming, and various monsters will be born in the magical sea. These monsters will hunt and kill humans. People who have never worked hard to survive, feel the horror of the magic sea. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu looked out of the ark, the waves were huge, and the storm reached its peak at this moment. I looked at the time, it was 3:30 in the morning. Turn on the regional channel, and 2 minutes later Tien district is dead. There are still 300 people left in the entire area. If this continues, the area may be wiped out. 10 days later, the death rate exceeded 70%. Su Mu pondered for a while, and decided to leave some firewood for human beings. Posted on World Channel. The monsters in the Magic Sea look huge, but except for those that are kilometers long, the other monsters may not be very sleepy. If some of you form a team, you can hunt and kill monsters within 20 meters. If you're alone, you can try to escape, it's a test. The winner can get the materials to survive, and the loser can only be reduced to bones. World Channel was silent for a moment when Su Mu spoke. Hiss, thank you, Boss Su, for letting me know. Let's try it now. Wow. Yeah, seeing such a big monster, I felt guilty. Now that Mr. Su told me, we have confidence again. Thank you Boss Su, we just hunted down a ichthyosaur, this guy looks powerful, it's just like that in a real fight. There are still cautious people in the world who put forward cautious words. Let's be more cautious, there are 4 fierce men with a combat power of 5,000 above, and the others need to be vigilant. Su Mu glanced at the channel, there were still people dying, but the number of deaths was much less. In the face of the unknown, people will be afraid, and if they are afraid, they will not be able to exert their full strength. If Su Mu smashes this fear, people will regain their strength and increase their hope of living. The duration of a real natural disaster is only 1 hour, and it will be fine if 1 hour passes. At this time, the 3 women woke up, put on their clothes and came to Su University. Chi Yu pinched Su Mu's shoulders and said softly, "Did you hear any strange noises? Like some sort of whisper?" Su Mu clicked on the screen, the singing little whale. She's singing, she's been singing all night. Whale song came back from the dead, a little excited, so the little mouth didn't stop for a moment. The resurrection was begged by her father in a desperate manner. The posture of the resurrection was not very good, and she became someone else's tool. But at least with consciousness, I can feel the sea breeze blowing on my face, the sound of sea waves, and I can also see the scenery of the magic sea. So a little excited. Sorry, I just came back to life, I'm too excited, I'm sorry, I won't sing now. The 3 women looked surprised. What is this again? Su Mu talked about the whale song. Just treat her as 10 artificial intelligences. Hi, whale song rolled on the screen, smiling and greeting the 3 women. Long Qingfang next to him felt a little prickly, but the whale never looked at him. Hi, the 3 women replied together, cuteness is justice. Chi Yu frowned slightly. It's not a song, it's a whisper. Okay, I'll take a look. The 6th sense is fully open and perceives everything around. Quote. A scene appeared in front of my eyes, it was a reef, and a dilapidated log cabin stood on the reef. Open black lens bracket. It's a monster from the demon sea, corresponding to 3 women. Close black lens bracket. You guys have a good rest, just get ready, there is a situation outside. The 3 women nodded. Only then did Chi Yu notice Long Qingfang, and he had noticed it before, but he didn't want to talk to him. She only has Su Mu in her eyes. Newcomer. Long Qingfang almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Beauty, your attitude is too cold. He's new to the forces, but he doesn't live with us, let him leave after the natural disaster. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Long Qingfang's mouth. Boss Su really didn't intend to let him live here any longer. It is also normal, compared with the 3 beauties, her appearance is not qualified. William Locke received the card. Qin Fang also nodded. Yeah, great, you don't have to share Su Mu with us. The corner of Long Qingfang's mouth twitched, This girl with the knife, can you put down the knife, and then explain what you mean by that? Master, there is a situation. Whale, are you okay? Song came to remind. Radar showed that an island suddenly appeared outside. In the distance, the waves are rolling on the sea, and a small island rises from the bottom of the sea. The small island is not big, it is just a reef with a diameter of no more than 30 meters. There is a cabin on the reef. It is very run down and looks hundreds of years old. Weird and evil, this is everyone's first thought of the cabin. Su Mu touched her chin. This isn't a witch's cabin, is it? Su Mu took out the Night of Ether, and gilded snow milk, filled up the blood value and soul power, and restored the mental state. This may be the test of the demon sea for you. Su Mu recounted what Whale Song once said. Be careful, it looks weird, but it doesn't have much fighting power, so don't be ashamed. Su Mu's sense of life fluctuations, but not strong. The three women nodded together, holding their respective weapons. It was very windy outside, and the waves were already 3.5 meters high. This is definitely not a normal storm kill. Adertisement. The four of Su Mu landed on the island, leaving Yingjiang to guard the house. In the wind and rain, Yin Yang's strength will be disturbed. Long Qingfeng also couldn't stay on the mechanical whale. I had no choice but to release my boat and get in. Her arc has been strengthened 3 times to withstand this storm. But she didn't stay away. If she encounters an enemy, Su Mu can come out to rescue her in time. When Su Mu and others came to the island, the wind was very strong and it was not easy to climb the mountain. The 4 of them could only fly up on the flying skateboards. Push open the door of the cabin, and inside is something like a laboratory. Nobody. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Open black lens bracket. The enemy is not a human, maybe a spider. Close black lens bracket. Looking up, the roof is covered with webs, and a human-sized spider is lying on the webs. Among them, there is a cocoon the size of a person hanging on the net. Open black lens bracket. The witch created this monster with evil magic, but was devoured by the monster. Close black lens bracket. Poor witch. Su Mu waved his hand, took out the combat power detector from the space ring and handed it to Chi Yu. Take it, the 3 of you will deal with this monster. Chi Yu's hand holding her eyes trembled a little, an epic prop, and she actually saw another epic prop. When you put on your glasses, the scenery in front of you changes. Venomous spider. 17,000 combat power, sharp claws, with divine weapon. Chi Yu secretly sighed. With this thing, he can directly understand the enemy's intelligence and take the lead. The battle started. Chi Yu shot an arrow, and the bow and arrow hit the spider's head, bursting out a ball sparks. The carapace was too hard, and her bow and arrow did not play the expected effect. Seeing this, Bai Shu, the snow mastiff, went up and sprayed out a flame to burn off the spider's thread in order to express himself. The spider lost its support and immediately fell from the roof. This action enraged the spider, and with a strange scream, it swung its 8 long legs and killed it. The spider's feet are like knives, dark green in color, exuding a cold luster. Small human beings dared to disturb its rest. Fang, go up, be careful of poison. Chi Yu commanded calmly. Fang held the shield, and collided with the spider's foot that was waving like a knife, making the sound of metal impact. Fang's body has undergone special strengthening. She looks thin, but she is actually extremely powerful. Overturn the spider directly. Squeak. When the spider was so insulted as a magical creature, it opened its mouth, and a stream of venom spewed out. Part of the venom dripped on the floor, and the floor was eroded to form a large hole, which turned out to be hollow. Ada. The water dragon Ada leapt high and sprayed out a water polo. The water polo was so powerful that it collided with the venom, and all the venom smeared onto the spider's body. It exploded. BBAE. Chi Yu exclaimed, dangerous. The floor was eroded by the venom and completely shattered, revealing the space below. A cellar with 2 spiders in it. The 2 spiders raised their bodies together and pointed their fangs at the 3 women. Maybe dangerous, but not fatal. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu felt it for a while, and after confirming that it was all right, she turned and left. Search is important. There is a table in the house with a row of glass test tubes on it. Discovery. Perfect alchemy set 1. Using this method to refine medicine. refining time plus 50%, efficacy plus 50%. It's an easy harvest. Next to the alchemy suit, there is another box. Obtain. Blueprint for making low-level strength potion 1. Low-level power potion. Under 300,000 combat power, power plus 10%. Production requirements. Wild cow grass, blood of mad shark, tiger teeth. It's a pity that it only increases strength. There is a high probability that Sumu won't be able to use this potion. He has the power of a dragon himself, and his skills are all mixed injuries. More importantly, Sumu felt that with his own growth rate, he would soon be able to exceed 300,000 combat power. Give it to Chi Yu. There is a book on the shelf behind you, which seems to be a witch's note. Close black lens bracket. Sumu looked up, and sure enough, she saw a parchment notebook on the top shelf behind her. Reach down. Obtain. Witch's note 1. When I opened it, I saw a plant that resembled a little red snake. Red snake fruit. Grows in extremely cold places, has a bitter taste, is slightly poisonous and has non-lethal neurotoxins, and can be used to make anesthetics. Death rose. A black rose that grows in cemeteries, mass graves, and other places where there is a strong smell of death. The dead breath is strong, and the juice is highly poisonous. Close black lens bracket. An encyclopedia of herbs. Sumu fell into deep thought. It's time to stock up on a wave of herbs. Come to the innermost part of the room, there is a small bed inside. Sitting on the bed was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. The upper body of a woman is a human, and the lower body is indeed a fish. Hello, little big brother, I'm the legendary mermaid. If you get me, you can gain the power to swim in the sea. Sharkman, Sarah, the upper body is a human beauty, the lower body is a shark tail. Be careful, don't try to share dinner with the shark beauty. Open black lens bracket. She has 2 mouths, both with shark teeth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She wants to eat you. Close black lens bracket. Sumu gave a deep shudder. Men's nightmares. Excuse me, I have the ability to breathe under the sea. I want to ask, how did you appear here? Why? No comment. Sarah stood up slowly, using the shark's tail to support her body. Little big brother. Sumu was speechless. He took out the elemental crossbow and shot his head with 1 arrow. Good-looking but useless things, still hostile to oneself, or kill peace of mind. Hurry up, I can go to rest after the fight. Tisk. After tossing all night, Sumu also felt a little sleepy. Okay, are you really tired? Who knows, anyway, Sumu is a little sleepy and wants to enjoy the feeling of being under the covers. Kick the corpse out of the room. There is a treasure chest under the window. Close black lens bracket. Sumu shattered the bed with a sword, revealing the box, which was a golden treasure chest. Turn on. The first thing that catches the eye are 2 drawings. Obtain. Blueprint for making low-level agility potion 1. Obtain. Perfect level air conditioner blueprint 1. Air conditioner perfect level. It can adjust the temperature of a room, allowing you to experience the thrill of the 2 worlds of ice and fire. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha. Sumu shook his head. This thing can be regarded as a gadget. Most likely it is used to maintain the temperature of the surrounding environment. Production requirements. Fine grade metal 10, ice enchanted book 10, flame enchanted book 10, beast core 1. Note: the use of beast cores is required. Putting away the drawings, Sumu looked at the last thing. Map. Anstein map. A map recording the location of the mysterious island Anstein. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Sumu gasped. Even the previous goblin map brought him an enchanting table. Later, the treasure map obtained the racial props of the Gate of Immortal Inheritance. What will this be? Anstein Island, a mysterious island, may have mysterious supplies. Close black lens bracket. Sumu took a look and was surprised to find that the island was not far away. The radar on the ark did not show it before. Could it be? Only with this treasure map can the island come out. Suddenly, the 6th sense sent an alarm. Open black lens bracket. Be careful of the murlocs. Close black lens bracket. Murlocs. Sumu was not surprised by the thought in his heart. In the first battle, the intellectual elder of the Murloc tribe died in battle, and the Murloc king died in battle. It's strange that this kind of thing doesn't come with revenge. It is estimated that the first thing the new Murloc King does when he takes office is to summon an army to fight him. This is what Su Mu wants to see. Murlocs look scary to others, but in Su Mu's eyes they are beast cores. The operation of the Ark requires about 10 animal cores every day, which is a huge expense. The number of monsters on the island is too small, and it is very laborious to collect them. There is really nothing faster than killing the fish. Suddenly, a sixth sense, something doesn't feel right. The direction of the wind has changed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Something is about to happen. Close black lens bracket. It's a chance. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu immediately remembered the benefits of what the starry sky whale said, and immediately shouted to the front. Hurry up, 6 of you, I'm in a hurry. Hearing this, the time has come for Zubai to act according to her heart. Open the dog's mouth to bite a spider, and the flames spewed out. Flame bomb. Spiders are roasted in an instant. Phantom pupil. The other 2 spiders were on the side of the scene, and found that the enemy was standing in the other's position, so they didn't think about it, and killed them directly. With a click, the blades of the 2 spiders pierced into each other's bodies. The illusion was shattered. William Locke held his chest and gasped. White mist lingered on his pale golden hair. Illusion consumes mental power a bit. The remaining 2 beauties rushed up immediately and ended the lives of the 2 spiders. Obtain. Beast Core 3. Open black lens bracket. Obtain. Spider Poison 3. Close black lens bracket. Obtain. Spider Carapace 3. Obtain. Spider Blade Foot 24. All right. After some fighting, the storm outside began to diminish. Su Mu walked out of the room and looked at the dark night sky. The natural disaster is almost over. Where is the great fear? Su Mu didn't forget the chance that the starry sky whale said. Suddenly a thunderbolt streaked across the night. Amidst the rays of light, on the surface of the sea, a stalwart giant slowly moved forward. Su Mu narrowed her eyes. What is this? This giant is about 100 meters high, wearing armor, and walking on water. Bent body, is an old man. Open black lens bracket. Supreme existence, unable to spy. Close black lens bracket. The owner of the most advanced store in the Magic Sea. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu stepped on the flying skateboard and said to the 3 women. Go back to the Ark, and I will chase after it. After finishing speaking, I walked against the wind due to sleepiness. Only then did I realize that all the wind was blowing from this old man. Hiss, it's quite exciting. Su Mu approached extremely quickly, and a creepy feeling arose. It's like the mouse met the cat. Don't be afraid. Is it because of this? Su Mu has a sixth sense, a sharper perception, and a better understanding of fear. It is a natural fear. No, this fear does not come from the outside world, but from oneself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It stirs up the fear in your heart, intending to prevent you from approaching. Close black lens bracket. This is a test. Only those who pass it will be eligible for trading. Open black lens bracket. Only those who are fearless in heart can get the benefits. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu seemed to see a ferocious monster coming towards her, blinked her eyes, but disappeared again. In the next second, thousands of monsters descended, flying dragons of 10,000 feet, dragon whales of thousands of miles, and eyes of the sky. Ah! Numerous phantoms of monsters came, ferocious, terrifying, and weird. They had only one purpose, to prevent Su Mu from approaching. But they were disappointed, and nothing could stop Su Mu from approaching. The dragon armor is coming. Improve all attributes, go against the wind. Nothing can stop my heart from growing stronger. I have no fear. To survive in the Magic Sea, if there is any hesitation, it will be swallowed by the sea. This is the survival rule of the Demon Sea. Suddenly, Su Mu narrowed his eyes, and there was someone walking towards the old man in another direction. Discover the local residents of the Demon Sea, with a combat power of 200,000. Stowaway, cannot attack you. What's the situation? Another stowaway. Mohai, can you do it? You are always being smuggled. Mohai, the prince of the mermaid tribe. Moyu's face is ferocious. This is a great opportunity. This time, the Magic Sea brought humans over, and many rewards were born. Some of these rewards are pretty outrageous. Boxes of treasure, enchanting tables, etc., these things will appear. However, These are newcomers, and if they want to obtain them, they need a price. He paid the price and came here. As long as he trades with this lord, he can get a heaven-defying opportunity. But why? What is going on with this monster all over the sky? Suddenly, Mo Yu's face changed drastically, and there was actually another person approaching as super old as him. How is it possible? Are they also stowaways? No, it's a human being. How could a human being have this ability? Shark Mo Yu doubted life, but immediately realized with horror that that person was flying faster than himself. Little thief, get out of here, this opportunity is mine. Looking at the monsters all over the sky, he wanted to rush forward, but he was afraid. Brahma Divine Dragon, Hell Turtle, Baidian Xuanwu. Ah, even if it's a mental projection, I can drink a pot, what should I do? What should I do? Su Mu went against the wind, and finally, under Zhao Moyu's desperate gaze, she came before the old man. The giant finally stopped, smiling like a child with an old face. The storm cleared and the waves calmed down. A ray of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and shone on the two of them. The sky in the Demon Sea unexpectedly dawned ahead of time. Little guy, my name has disappeared, you can call me the Demon Sea Merchant. You are very good. Being here has already proved your strength. A high-level beast core, how about I sell you an item? The old man smiled sincerely and was very happy. 0. This is his deal with Mahai, a test, selling an item. But this test is not so easy to pass. It's not that simple to be fearless in your heart. Su Mu nodded, and took out a high-level beast core. This beast core belongs to an unlucky fish dragon. What can you give me? A beam of light tore through the sky, and a card made of diamonds stopped in front of Su Mu. Open black lens bracket discovery. Juvenile body of infinite beast 1 close black lens bracket. Opening square bracket question mark question mark question mark question mark closing parenthesis. Open black lens bracket unable to perceive, unable to prompt close black lens bracket. The sixth sense failed at this time. This thing, if you want it, it's yours. Su Mu took out her hand and tried to touch it, but she couldn't touch it. This thing is unreal, but also kind of weird. Su Mu looked at the Magic Sea businessman and asked, what's the use of this thing? 2 functions. The skills you acquire all require a specific amount of vitality and blood. Let it become your pet, which will allow you to untie this bondage. You can control the consumption of the skills by yourself. Of course, the smaller the consumption, the smaller the power. On the contrary, the greater the consumption, the better the power. The second is to become a pet you want, which can be transformed infinitely. Su Mu handed over the high-level beast core. I want it. The Mahai businessman chuckled, and his body disappeared in a gust of wind. At the same time, the beast core also disappeared. Obtained. Infinity Beast Infancy, do you sign a contract? Sign. Feeling the state of the body, Su Mu understood why this thing was the only one. Cubs of the Demon Sea Demon God, each demon god is a unique person. Infinite Beast. Possesses infinite possibilities and will evolve with the owner's will. The infinite beast has an infinite form. There is always a form that you want most. Close black lens bracket. The infinity beast needs to be cultivated. If it is cultivated well, it will become the strongest overlord. But if it is not cultivated well, it may not be as good as an ant. Close black lens bracket. All in all, this is just a byproduct of authority, and the unlimited authority is the most precious thing. But something just doesn't feel right. System prompt. Whether to hatch Infinity Beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Soldier Beast Wing. That's not right, isn't this the Infinity Beast? A pair of silver wings floated in front of Su Mu's eyes, a bit like a bird's wings, gorgeous and extraordinary. A little consciousness came from above, telling Su Mu that he was alive. Why, Soldier Beast Wing, a magical monster which is different from other monsters. It is a sword or a weapon in the hands of the master. It has wisdom, but it is only loyal to the master and cannot be used by others. Close black lens bracket. Among them, the winged soldier beast is the most cherished one among the soldier beasts. Not only can it be turned into wings, but it can also be turned into a cloak and the like. Close black lens bracket. The soldier beast hatched by the infinite beast, with ultimate power, is the only one in the world. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu recalled the Dragon King's sword in a certain animation. That sword was transformed from a monster. Well, it's really the only one in eternity, and it feels pretty good. Open black lens bracket. Please name your soldier beast. Close black lens bracket. It's called Yuya. The soldiers and beasts have been named. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Soldier beast Yuya. Combat power 1W. Ability 1, fly. Energy 2, blink. Ability 3, ultimate explosion. Flying. An ordinary skill that consumes soul power and blood points every second, allowing you to fly in low altitude. This skill is much more convenient for Su Mu, at least he can fly without a flying skateboard. But the second ability is very strong. Flickering. Consume energy and carry the host to a small-scale space teleportation. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu's eyes turned into crescent moons. Although the power of space consumes a bit more, it is not harmful. The third ability is against the sky. Open black lens bracket. Ultimate explosion. Normally, you can transfer the chi and blood in your body and soul into Yuya, and transform it into its unique ultimate power. Consuming the ultimate power can increase the host's skills. See the increase multiple is 2. Open black lens bracket. Ultimate power 0/10. Close black lens bracket. Note: for every 10,000 points of soul power or chi and blood value, 1 point of ultimate energy will be converted. A divine weapon. With a wave of Su Mu's hand, the huge silver wings turned into one. A silver cloak was draped over his shoulders. A strange feeling came, like a soldier beast had merged with him. It's so convenient. After trying to fly, it consumes 30 points of blood per second, which is not too much. The speed is not fast, just the speed of an adult running, but it is more convenient. At this moment, a merman flew over and shouted loudly, "Boy, hand over my chance." Su Mu was a little dazed, but immediately realized that this person was another person who was tested back then. It's just that it is not as strong as itself, and is blocked by fear. Open black lens bracket. Watch out for murlocs. Close black lens bracket. So it was the murloc who was careful. A mermaid is also a murloc. Su Mu shook his head and jokingly said, "What opportunity? You are a stowaway who came to steal the opportunity of the human race, and you still dare to question me." Stowaway, this is Mo Yu's taboo. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by the Demon Sea. Announcement from the Demon Sea. Found the stowaway mermaid Prince Mo Yu, with a combat power of 200,000, kill reward, an eternal island. The Eternal Island is an island that exists forever. Open black lens bracket. Obtain the Eternal Island. You can upgrade the arc. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha. Su Mu licked her lips, but when luck came, she really couldn't stop it. Water method. Water dragon bomb. A huge water dragon emerged from the water and fell down like a hill. Mo Yu decides to grab it. He doesn't know how Su Mu got the chance, but in his heart, human beings have only been here for 10 days, so they are definitely not as strong as him. Interesting. Water method. Kun's water dragon. Quote. A bigger water dragon emerged from the water and knocked Mo Yu's water dragon into the air. Is that all you can do? Su Mu sneered. The merman prince was furious, and he didn't even think about why Su Mu was able to defeat his attack. With a wave of both arms, a 1,000-meter huge wave rose. Water method. Huge waves are raging. Ants, tremble beneath my waves. The shark Mo Yu looked up to the sky and smiled, as if he had already seen the scene where Su Mu was shot to death. Huge waves crashed on Su Mu, like a mountain toppled over. Su Mu shook her head slightly. Gorgeous skills represent a great consumption. This guy has no power after releasing this blow. Close black lens bracket. The dragon armor is coming. A terrifying breath erupted from Su Mu, and the merman prince was stunned. How can you be so strong? Su Mu pulled out the Demon King's holy sword. Cut through the void and die. Quote, the original Nirvana slash needs to consume 60% of the blood value. Once used, Su Mu will fall into a very passive state. But it is not needed now. Su Mu, who has obtained unlimited authority, can adjust the output value of chi and blood. Vitality and blood consumption, 30%. The bloody sword energy streaked across the sky, and the space around the sword energy was distorted. The giant wave was sliced open, along with the body of the shark Mo Yu. Obtain. Advanced Beast Core 1. Obtain. Shark Tears 2. Obtain. Mackerel fish oil 10. Really poor. Su Mu was speechless. Is this person's combat strength overwhelmed? He was actually overwhelmed by himself. Brother, where is your 200,000 combat power? Open black lens bracket mackerel's tears. Taking it can prolong life for 3 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fish oil of mackerel. It can be cast into a growing lamp, burning for thousands of years. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu put away the two things, always feeling that they will be useful. Magic Sea announcement. Congratulations to player Su Mu for killing the stowaway and rewarding him with an eternal island. Close black lens bracket. The eternal island is a pendant. When enlarged, it is also an island of 10 square meters. Su Mu stuffed the pendant into the space ring, stepped on the flying skateboard and flew back to the Ark. On the Ark, Chi Yu had already prepared breakfast, and Long Qingfang had already left. The next time we meet, I don't know what year and month it will be. Su Mu was eating barbecue and clocking in on World Channel. After the natural disaster, there was a lot of mourning inside. Congratulations to Boss Su for killing a monster with a combat power of 200,000. Whoa, my resources were blown away by the storm, how can I live next? My brother's leg was torn off. Is there any medicine? Ask for medicine. Hee, you're right, my ark was torn apart by sea monsters, and I'm lying on a wooden board waiting to die, maybe some big brother passing by can save me. Ahem, I've been cursed, and I can only live for 3 months. Does anyone have any medicine to increase lifespan? Life extension medicine. Su Mu glanced at the ring. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? It's a pity that this is something that increases lifespan, and Su Mu is reluctant to hand it over. After breakfast, we came to the deck. I checked the world and found that many people are asking for medicine. Su Mu took out the second layer of medicinal materials. Obtain. Hemostatic grass 40. Obtained. Lavender 40. Obtained. Moonlight grass 40. The ingredients for the primary healing potion are 3 each of hemostasis, moonlight, and purple cloves. Go to the cauldron and make 13 minor healing potions. Hang 12 medicines in the trading area. Open black lens bracket trader, Su Mu. Trading item. Primary healing potion 1. Trade needs. Lilac 6. Optional. Lilac * 6. Alternative 2. Moonlight grass 6. Number. 12. At the same time, the upper limit of trading is set, and 1 herb can be exchanged for 4 points of the healing medicine map at most. Soon 13 potions were sold out. Su Mu took out double ingredients and made it again. There are 24 copies in total. The medicine is replaced by the medicine, and so on. Time passed, and the 4th material was taken out, a total of 192 copies. Make a good potion, this time the transaction items are different. Open black lens bracket trader, Su Mu. Trading item. Primary healing potion 1. Trading requirements. Timber 100. Alternative. Metal 100. Alternative 2. Dirt 10. Inventory. 30. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, set the quantity. The upper limit of wood and soil is 1000, and the soil is 100. This is the material of the Ark Level 1 expansion. There are still many people who are willing to buy a potion with these common materials, and soon, the materials are complete. Consumption. Wood 1000, metal 1000, soil 100. Void Island area upgrade, plus 1 square meter. Su Mu is speechless, only 1 square meter has been added to the first level. If there is no accident, only upgrade 1 level each time. Su Mu started a nesting doll life. Part of the medicine is exchanged for pharmaceutical materials, and part of it is exchanged for upgrade materials of the Island of the Void. Taking advantage of this time, Su Mu handed the treasure map to Chi Yu and asked her to drive the Ark to the island of Anston. The demand for medicine after the disaster is unlimited, and Su Mu quickly added an area of 122 square meters to the Void Island. The system prompts that the Void Island has reached the maximum area, and continuing to upgrade requires Ark level * 60. Well, you won. Su Mu took out the materials again to make the potion. Open black lens bracket trader, Su Mu. Trading item. Primary healing potion * 2. Trading requirements. Strong enchanted book 1 remaining exchange times 10. Alternative. Guardian enchanted book 1 remaining exchange times 10. Alternative 2. floating enchanted book 1 remaining exchange times 110. Alternative 3. Shooting enchanted book 1 remaining exchange times 100. Inventory. 220 close black lens bracket. It was another wave of cutting leeks, and nesting dolls made me happy. However, this time I didn't set too much, maybe the enchanted book is too precious. In the end, Su Mu only collected the enchanted books of Strong, Guardian, and Floating. However, only 32 of the shooting enchanted books have been collected, probably because there are too few such enchanted books. Tisk, it's hard. Su Mu took out the remaining excellent level props and exchanged them from day 1. Acquisition. Perfect silk thread 16. After patching together, the materials were finally collected. Manufacturing. 1000 machine belt. Consumption. Perfect grade metal 8, perfect grade silk thread 32, excellent grade animal skin 4, shooting enchanted book 8. Obtain. 1000 machine belt 4. 1000 machine belt. It is specially designed for the mysterious old man 1000 machine for climbing mountains. After using it, a hook with a rope can be issued from the waist to penetrate into trees or rocks. The longest distance is 50 meters, which can be used to climb mountains and mountains the artifact of obstacles. Close black lens bracket. Making this kind of props is considered a temporary idea. Su Mu has a premonition that it will be used soon. Chi Yu, take this and divide it up. Chi Yu took away the 3 belts, and Su Yun released the enchanted book. Consumption. Strong enchanted book 10, Guardian enchanted book 10, floating enchanted book 10. Void Island, the first stage of repair is complete. The energy shield has been activated, and the diving function of the Ark has been restored. Note: the energy shield can be activated by consuming Beast Core 4, and the duration 1 day. Repair materials for the second stage. Solid Enchanted Book 100, Guardian Enchanted Book 100, Floating Enchanted Book 100, Void Enchanted Book 1. Seth, another big grain farmer. What is the Void Enchanted Book? It's probably very precious, right? The artifact needs to be repaired. Su Mu turned on the World Channel and shouted. To buy the Void Enchanted Book, you can open it with the conditions: excellent food, vegetables, perfect fruits, water, excellent weapons, everything is fine. The sixth sense is telling Su Mu. It's useless, this is an ultra-rare enchanted book, no one can get it at all, and it's impossible to buy it. Close black lens bracket. Hey, fruit, Boss Su, you actually have perfect fruit. Boss, do you sell your fruit? I will issue 2 excellent blueprints. Excellent weapon. Oh my god, I actually saw an excellent weapon. We didn't even see perfection, and Mr. Su is already excellent. I'm afraid it's more than that. Boss Su has a team. If he dares to sell excellence, it proves that his team doesn't want it. Therefore, Boss Su may use more than one epic weapon. Can't you? I always feel that this magical sea belongs to Mr. Su's family. Empathy +1. Empathy +2. There were a bunch of people asking about the price, but none of them sold enchanted books. As the sixth sense predicted, no one got the enchanted book at all. At this time, Ada, the water dragon, twisted her water blue body, showing my cute expression. Rubbing on Su Mu's thigh. Su Mu asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" Ada. Ada's eyes were watery, but there was a pained expression on his face. Open black lens bracket hungry. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu was even more puzzled, her brows furrowed slightly. Didn't Chi Yu do the feeding? Did Chi Yu not feed you? Ada. Ada's staple food is animal cores. Flesh and blood are useless to Ada, they can only be used as snacks. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu was speechless, took out 2 beast cores and stuffed them into Ada's mouth. Ada ate the animal core, licked his lips, and quietly lay beside Su Mu. Eagle Sauce and Alice also flew over upon seeing this. Alice rubbed her neck against her face, and Eagle Sauce burrowed into her arms, looking so harmonious. However, they are all begging for beast cores. Give it, the beast core can make them stronger. Close black lens bracket. 143. Su Mu had no choice but to take out 6 animal cores again and hand them to the 3 little guys. Suddenly, there was a sound of fluctuation behind him. I want to. Su Mu rubbed the center of her eyebrows, took Yuya off, and put 2 animal cores on Yuya. The beast core turned into a pile of liquid and melted into Yuya. Should it be over? Open black lens bracket. You also forgot a dog. Close black lens bracket. The corner of Su Emu's mouth twitched, and when he turned his head, he saw a white snow mastiff looking at him from a distance. With his mouth open, drooling, he wanted to come over, but he didn't dare. Su Mu beckoned with a dignified expression. Come over. Bai Shu immediately ran over, sticking out a pink tongue to lick Su Emu's face. Master, you are my heart, you are my liver, and you are 3/4 of my life. Stop. Su Mu felt her scalp tingling. This dog is like someone else. Boss, ask for the beast core. Take it. Paid 2 pieces of beast core again. 4 pets, plus a soldier, just sat quietly, looking at the sun. Su Mu also enjoys this kind of time very much, just to recover the exhausted energy. In constant survival, it is very good to have such a group of pets. Not far away, Lin Yu, a group of stones, is getting closer and closer every day. This is the island of Einstein. The stone forest in front has a diameter of more than 50 kilometers, and stone pillars stand tall inside. About 100 heels, each pillar is 100 meters in diameter. Plants can also be seen on the stone pillars. The base of the stone pillar is smooth, and it is really impossible to climb it without special props. After visual inspection, the stone pillars are 100 meters high and have different diameters, but most of them are about 100 meters. Like a platform, some plants are lush, some are desolate, and some have traces of biological activities. More than 100 platforms, more than 100 appearances. Is it developed? Su Mu asked Yingzhong to take the mechanical eyes to investigate. Later, he contacted Chi Yu and brought up the treasure map. Comparing the location on the treasure map, Su Mu is sure that this treasure is here, or the whole island is a treasure. Feelings are amazing things. The specifics still need to go up and see. The ark stopped beside the stone forest. System prompt. Found the ruins of Einstein. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu frowned. It turned out to be a relic, and a relic with such a large area. Relics are good things. The last enchanting table and the gate of inheritance were all opened from the relics. System prompt. The Einstein ruins are the product of the previous race being wiped out, and the people inside were massacred. Many resources remain, but the old monsters still exist. Please be careful. Close black lens bracket. Note: the ruins do not belong to the novice area, and the monsters inside are very likely to exceed the extreme combat history of the novice area. Close black lens bracket. The product after being slaughtered, and the things still exist. It seems that the monster inside is not ordinary. The danger is great, but the reward may not be small. Soon the eagle will bring back the machinery from the sky. Turn on the holographic image and judge the general terrain around it. There are a total of 121 pillars arranged in a star circle. The entire diameter can be 50 meters, and some of the pillars are only 20 meters in diameter, and I don't know what they are for. The middle part is a pillar with a diameter of 500 meters, on which is a hall. Only half of the main hall could be lowered, as if it had been bombarded by heavy artillery. With the main hall as the center, there are 3 circles of ordinary houses in the internal test, which are also dilapidated and abandoned for a long time. The outskirts are farming places, with traces of fields, and the fields have also been abandoned. There are several sheep living in some Zuzi mountains. If you guessed correctly, these sheep are all domesticated creatures. Biological activities such as birds and beasts can also be seen on individual pillars, and there are many powerful ones among them. It's a tough nut to crack. But if you can get it off, it's a pretty big deal. Su Mu decided to explore the outermost pillars first, and the innermost hall gave him an ominous feeling. It's not dangerous, but it looks like a bunch of Kai Tians. Su Mu finally nailed down the path forward. First of all, there are 4 islands outside, 2 with plants and 2 without. Assigned a task. The 3 women each brought pets. Chi Yu brought Ying Zhang, Fang brought Guzi and Lilith, and William Locke brought Shui Jiaolong. Su Mu went to the last pillar alone, which is also the most ominous book on the periphery. After receiving the ark, Su Mu activates Yuya. Turn on the flying ability and fly directly. The 3 women looked envious. Tisk, how long has it been? They will all fly. The 3 women stepped on the flying skateboards and approached the pillar, then activated the 1000 machine belt, and a nail with a rope was shot into the cause of the bluestone. Pull hard and climb up here. When you get to the position, you need to fix your body and launch it upwards again. In short, it is much more troublesome than Su Mu. Su Mu spread out a pair of silvery white wings from behind. Fly to the sky like a big bird. When I came to the stone pillar, there was a big pit in front of me. Open black lens bracket mine, there is something in it close black lens bracket. The mine tunnel descends vertically, with a winding stone staircase on the wall. Now the sunlight is not yet parallel to the pillars, so I can't see clearly what's going on inside. Su Mu stood at the entrance of the mine, lit a log and threw it down. The depth is 300 meters, and the underground space is not large. Close black lens bracket. There are words on the left wall. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu turned her head, and sure enough, she saw writing on the wall on the left. Run away, that monster is rushing out. Monster, have the original residents dug up something? Standing at the entrance of the mine, the sixth sense is fully activated. Su Mu felt a chill. This is a resentful spirit that has been sleeping for thousands of years. Close black lens bracket. It's a ghost. Su Mu frowned. Ghosts are a troublesome thing, invisible, sneak attack, and immune to physical attacks. Su Mu stepped into the mine tunnel and came down 300 meters. It gets colder and colder as it goes down, and even some places are covered with ice that has not melted for thousands of years. Come to the bottom, look around, this is a small space, like a single prison. Suddenly, Su Mu felt a gust of cold wind hit her ears. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a black figure looking at him. Seeing that Su Mu found him, the black shadow let out a piercing scream. Ah, its sound is sharp enough to shatter glass. Ghost, attack method, scream. Close black lens bracket. The devil's holy sword, Yang Ion blade can cause huge damage to it. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu couldn't bear it anymore, and the blood and soul power in his body gushed out. Aren't you annoying? There was a violent explosion all over the ground. The three women who had just climbed onto their respective pillars suddenly felt a vibration under their feet, and then saw a white light shooting from the stone pillar in the distance. Open black lens bracket. Retract your strength. The stone pillar is about to collapse. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu loosened his means and lit a piece of wood as a bonfire. Grab the devil's holy sword and put it on a black shadow's neck. This is a black humanoid monster, a bit like a zombie. Be sensible and communicate back. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. There is a dead soul and a zombie around. Close black lens bracket. Call, why don't you call? The black zombie was smoking and trembling all over. Fear, despair, and death are his only remaining thoughts. With this blow, he was on the verge of death. Stop barking, then go to hell. Su Mu raised his long sword and swung it to cut. Wait a minute, a phantom figure stepped out. This is a beautiful woman in ancient palace costume. Out. Su Mu put away the sword and looked the female ghost up and down. 18 years old, with exquisite appearance, she has the air of a lady from all over the world. Unfortunately, it is dead. Are you here to snatch the Anston Islands? The female ghost smiled bleakly. We still haven't been able to hold this place. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Su Mu quickly stopped it. This is to come first with a set of sensational rhythm. Sister, if you want to remember history, I don't mind sending you on your way. If you want to chat, then let's hurry up, I still have 100 stone pillars to inspect here. The female ghost rolled her eyes and put on a ladylike look. My name is Fang, the priest of Anstein City. Let me tell you, this is not a good place. While we were expanding the city, we dug up a terrible guy. Very cruel, he slaughtered the entire city of Anstein and lived here. Quote, you run for your life, before that guy finds you. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Fang Eximo's complexion changed drastically. Let's go, his subordinate ghost general is here. That ghost general is so strong that no few dozen people can't stop him. Su Mu pressed her hands down to signal for silence. The space here is small. As soon as the woman screamed, the whole space echoed with her Wang Qianhao, making it extremely noisy. Come and tell me, what exactly did you dig up? Dug out what? Of course the great king of ghosts. A black wrist stretched out from the darkness, grabbing Su Mu's neck. Ghost General, a subordinate of the King of Ghosts, is cruel by nature, and was sent to guard the soul of the wind sacrifice, and his combat power is 21,000. Close black lens bracket. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes are full of greed. Thousands of years, he has been here for thousands of years, but he has never seen such a delicious human being. The Kandlong chant. In the darkness, a cloud of blood mist exploded. Su Mu withdrew her hand, with a casual expression as if she had slapped a fly to death. Obtain. Beast Core 1. Obtain. Excellent Grade Armor 1. Acquisition. Excellent Qinglong Yanyu Knife 1. You need dozens of people to stop this spicy chicken. I really want to ask, how many dishes do you have? Fang Eximo was speechless, she hadn't reacted yet. The ghost general who had killed the warriors and threw away his helmet and armor, died like this. Forehead. Forget it, take me to see the devil general, I am very interested in his equipment. Fang Eximo showed a helpless smile. I don't know, when something happened, I was the first to come down, and I was also the first to die. It was a female ghost, very powerful and cruel. I was buried alive in the ground and lived for 3 days before I died. However, this is the place where the King of Ghosts first descended, you can look for it and see if you get anything. Open black lens bracket. She is lying, she is exuding malice, she wants to devour your soul and occupy your body. Close black lens bracket. Ah, look around first, half of the place collapsed, and the space is small. 3 steps to the left, there is something 1 meter underground. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu took out the military shovel and went to the predetermined location to start digging. With Su Mu's strength, he dug to the designated position in a short while. System prompt. Discover enchanting stone 1. Su Mu frowned slightly, feeling that this is still an enchantment stone mine. This has to be mined by someone. Open black lens bracket. No, there is something under the enchanting stone. Close black lens bracket. Ha, ha, take out the enchanted stone piece by piece, below is a word. Obtain. Enchanting stone 12. Acquisition. Unlevel mermaid candle production blueprint 1. Mermaid candle. A special prop, a mysterious candle whose quality cannot be defined. It can be used to carry the soul, the candle will never go out, and the soul will never end. Close black lens bracket. Note, making mermaid candles will attract hostility from the mermaid clan. Production requirements. Any mermaid oil *10, silk thread *2, flame enchanting book. Open black lens bracket. The better the material, the longer the candle will burn. Close black lens bracket. Interesting stuff. It's a pity that it's not what I want. Open black lens bracket. The king of all ghosts is the evil ghost living in the mermaid candle. Close black lens bracket. It is recommended to make a mermaid candle first, which will have a special role in the future. Close black lens bracket. Look around to see if there are any other items. Open black lens bracket. The ghost is approaching. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu turned her head and saw Fang Eximo standing 1 meter behind her, holding a golden dagger in her hand. Seeing that her intentions were detected, Fang Shi was not afraid. The smooth face decayed at a rapid rate, revealing a terrifying face. The hands that were only skeletal were thrown forward. Ha ha ha, dedicate your body to me. Su Mu shook her head, raised her hand, 1 black and 1 white, 2 beads were spinning in the palm of her hand. Fang Eximo's face froze instantly, and fear instantly filled his whole body. Resentful souls really don't have much IQ. I just hit him once, but I still don't have a memory. Yin and Cation blade. Obtain. Beast Core 2. Obtain. Perfect gold dagger 1. Coming to the top of the mine, Su Mu took out the materials. Consumption. Shark oil 10, perfect grade silk thread 2, flame attached book collection. Obtain. Mermaid candle 1. Open black lens bracket. Mermaid candle, excellent quality. It will be automatically ignited after being injected into the human soul, and it can burn for thousands of years after being ignited. Close black lens bracket. The mermaid candle is red all over, with a white wax wick in the middle, which looks no different from ordinary candles. This thing can preserve a person's soul for thousands of years, but it is also a treasure. Looking at the weather, Su Mu opened the private chat channel and contacted Nan. How are you, Chi Yu? Husband, I found a perfect apple tree and got 14 excellent apples. Chin Fang Fang. Husband, I killed 2 sheep and beasts and got 16 pieces of fine-grade mutton and 2 beast cores. Su Mu nodded. It seems that the harvest is not bad. But William Locke sent a message for help. Husband, you'd better take a look, I have something strange here. Su Mu frowned slightly, and spread her wings behind her. Fly to William Locke's island, which has no plants but a stone house on it. Husband, come and take a look. William Locke brings Su Mu into the stone house. Inside the stone house lay the skeleton of an animal, which was very white. Kind of looks like a hippopotamus. Su Mu stepped forward and gently touched it with her hand. Discovery. Crystal marrow beast remains 1. Open black lens bracket. The outside is a shell, the inside is the master close black lens bracket. Su Mu exerted a little force with his hands, and the remains were instantly covered with cracks. A beam of colorful luster gushes out along the crack. A colorful crystal skeleton emerges. Knock it hard BBAC. The skeleton became a pile of broken crystals. Obtain. Crystal 128. Crystal essence. Crystal essence beast can devour the energy between heaven and earth and convert it into crystal marrow. Each crystal marrow is equivalent to a beast nucleus. Close black lens bracket. Good stuff. 128 essences made Su Mu's wallet bulge again. But Su Mu is more concerned about the crystal beast. As the introduction really says, a crystal marrow beast is equal to a power station for human beings. This is a good thing, at least there is no need to worry about the problem that the Ark cannot move due to the depletion of the beast core. With Su Mu's sixth sense, an illusory scene appeared in his wide-open eyes. In the endless darkness, a colorful egg shone with dreamlike light. Is it underground? Su Mu's prophecy can't be seen too far. This thing is on this island. If there is no ground, it can only be below. Suspected to be underground, you can use the anion and cation blade to clean the soil on the ground and dig out the things below. Close black lens bracket. Su Mu nodded and ordered, you leave here first. After William Locke left, Su Mu summoned 2 small yin and yang ion blades to hit the stone pillar platform. Yin and yang converged, destruction came, and everything on the island was ground to pieces. A huge pit blasted out from the center of the stone pillar, and in the center of the pit lay a human-sized colorful crystal egg, emitting dreamy light. Discovery. Egg of crystal essence beast dead egg. Su Mu was a little surprised, but it made sense. I don't know how long this place has been abandoned. The eggs have not been hatched, and they have died long ago. System prompt. The design blueprint of the energy engine confused the egg of the essence beast with the Ark, so that the Ark can automatically absorb the energy in the air. Close black lens bracket. That is to say, there is still one blueprint missing. Making an engine also requires special materials. Close black lens bracket. Well, I just said it's not that simple. Su Mu put away the egg, sensed it, and remotely commanded the 3 of them to continue marching to the depths of the stone pillars. Not every island has a good thing. In the past morning, Su Mu and others explored more than 30 islands. Obtain. Excellent grade metal * 1314. Acquisition. Fine grade wood 1314. Acquisition. Fine grade silk thread 520. Maybe the outlying islands don't have any good stuff, mostly materials. Put these tattered materials into your Ark, and then make some to sell as props. It's best to return some beast cores and enchanted books. The 3 women had wry smiles on their faces, and only Su Mu was the only one who could describe the fine-grade materials as tattered, and still dislike them so much. Su Mu climbed to another island. All I could see were low trees. There is danger inside. There is a very powerful snake monster with a combat power approaching 90,000. After walking a few steps forward, I saw a strange card hanging on the tree next to me. Discovery. Occupation card swordsman. Through the gaps in the branches, one can see a huge creature entrenched and guarding the card. This is a giant blue python, about 20 meters long, with a body as thick as a bucket. Chapter 111. Su Mu looked at the giant python, somewhat disgusted. Monsters with a combat power of less than 50,000 can only get elite level flesh and blood. 50,000 to 100,000 monsters can get the perfect level, and only monsters with more than 100,000 combat power can get the excellent level of flesh and blood. Su Mu is not interested in perfect level flesh and blood now. The python sensed the presence of the intruder, opened its mouth wide and roared, straight to its own sovereignty. The body swims slowly, and its flexibility is far from being as bulky as it looks. The distance of 30 meters was reached in the blink of an eye, like a huge truck crashing into it. Su Mu drew out the devil's holy sword and was about to slash, but suddenly the sixth sense felt something wrong. The system also sends a prompt. System prompt. Discover the breath of miracles. Su Mu hurriedly put away the sword and drew away to avoid it, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Miraculous breath. A strange breath that exists between individual creatures, which can make this creature explode with power beyond its own limit. Note: collecting the breath of miracles can repair the Malkin bracelet. Oak finally found a way to fix it. Su Mu also wanted to repair the artifact bracelet, but the system did not prompt. The Myrican bracelet is also called the miracle bracelet. Its level is close to that of the god level sixth sense, and the sixth sense can't feel anything. There was an unexpected harvest. Su Mu's sixth sense was fully activated, and hundreds of thousands of shadows flashed in his eyes. He has seen through all the attacks of the giant python. Going all out. If you miss and shatter the breath of miracles, you will be finished. System prompt. The breath of miracles belongs to a kind of will and cannot be harmed by physical means. I can rest assured that. Su Mu took out a Tang Dao, a perfect level weapon called Chun Han. It is his only pure physical attack weapon. Come on, let's fight. The dragon armor is coming. Su Mu's armor fit together, and his body flashed like a bolt of lightning. The moment the figure and the giant python crossed each other, they swung out, leaving a deep scar on his body. Roar! The giant python suffered from pain, and its breath became more violent. It twisted its body to wrap Su Mu around, and launched its strangling force. Too stupid. Su Mu spread metal wings behind him and soared into the air, and took out an ordinary arrow on the elemental hand crossbow in midair. An arrow shot out, puff, blood spattered everywhere. It was discovered that there is a strange energy approaching the heart of the giant python, and the breath of miracles is activated. The combat power of the giant python is rising and has broken through the limit. Combat power of 110,000, combat power of 120,000. The giant python's combat strength increased to 150,000 before it stopped. Su Mu praised in her heart, good things. It is also a powerful means to increase one's combat power by 60%. This state will not last, it is recommended to avoid it. Su Mu spread her wings and flew into the sky. The giant python couldn't fly, and in a rage, it frantically beat the surrounding trees, uprooting them one by one. Hey, hey! The giant python was very anxious, and it also knew that its power could not last long, but it did not expect the enemy to fly. In less than 30 seconds, Su Mu felt the body of the python below tremble, its strength gradually dissipated, and its breath began to weaken. Roar! The giant python let out a desperate roar, turned around and crawled towards the sea. If he didn't go, he would die. It seems that the so-called miraculous heart can't make you explode for too long, and this method is also suitable for being caught off guard. Holding the saber in both hands, Su Mu swooped down, catching up to the python like a thunder sky, pierced with the blade, and swung hard. Cut a 10-meter-long wound. The giant python raised its head to the sky and screamed, struggled a few times and then lost its breath. Obtain. Breath of Miracles 1. Obtain. Beast Core 1. Obtain. Perfect Flesh and Flesh 10. 1. Obtain. Swordsman Card 1. 10 pieces of flesh and blood are the essence of the giant python, and a giant python of this size can provide 10 pieces of flesh and blood. It's already very powerful. As expected of the owner of the Breath of Miracles, the average monster only has 8 copies. Discover the Breath of Miracles, which can be used to repair the Myrican bracelet. Do you want to repair it? Repair. Repair completed. Myrican bracelet. Upper limit of blood value plus 11%. Upper limit of soul power plus 11%. Increase of all attributes by 5%. Tisk. The regiment has increased by 3%. Take out the swordsman card. The swordsman is also part of the fighter. He used it to no avail. Send the card to a private chat channel. Swordsman professional card. Who wants it? Chi Yu said. I want the fighter's professional card. Fang cast a glance and lost interest. If you have a swordsman card, you can give me one. I can't play swords well. William Locke even directly refused. I am a mage assisting you to let me play sword. All right. Su Mu stuffed the career card into the power store, and sold it for 10,000 contribution. After this exploration is completed, the forces will recruit some people, Watson. There are a lot of props, and it is too bad to sell them to people in the world in exchange for materials. More importantly, in this world, there are not only people from Su Mu's country, but also people from the enemy country. Even if it's a world away, this blood feud will never be forgotten. With Miracle Town, build a trading platform of your own and recruit some harmless experts. We don't meet each other, but we can trade on the power platform, a bit like a mysterious organization. But you have to set a dead rule, you can't sell things to these two fools Sakura and Rice. Continue to rummage through the platform. There is a golden treasure chest in the pile of stones on the left. Remove the stone, take the treasure chest, and open it. Obtain. Epic grade fine steel 10. Acquisition. Leveless energy engine design drawing 1. Energy engine design drawings. One of the accessories of the Ark, it absorbs free energy, light, wind, heat, etc. from the outside world, and continuously provides energy for the Ark. The better the quality, the stronger the energy produced. Production requirements. Metal 10, Egg of Crystal Essence Beast 1 regardless of life or death, Infinite Enchanted Book 1, Energy Storage Crystal 1. They're all rare items. Putting everything away, Su Mu is ready to go to the next island. Suddenly Chi Yu sent a message. Husband, I found a lot of plants here, but there is no place to store them, so it would be a pity to throw them away. I see, I will put the Ark in place, and you will plant the plants on the Void Island. The Island of the Void is a divine weapon, although it is broken, it is enough to shelter the plants on it. Descending to the surface of the sea, the Ark was released, and the three women came back on flying skateboards. Start a great farming business. Planting. Apple tree 3. Planting. Hawthorn 1. Planting. Peach tree 3. Planting. Banana tree 1. So much. Su Mu was pleasantly surprised. This is a rare item in the Demon Sea. Looking at the full green, there is a feeling that spring has arrived. Chi Yu leaned on Su Mu's body, and said softly, Husband, I feel that a small house can be built on it, always in the Ark, because it's boring. Yes, but not now, the current Ark is too small, it would be better if it was bigger. Su Mu couldn't help imagining the future, building a few houses on the empty island, and then leading three women to live a simple life of farming on it. Tisk, Demon Sea, please give me resources, I want to upgrade the Ark. At this time, the sun was just right, and the four of them moved chairs to rest. Chi Yu took out some milk fruits and oranges. Take the milk out of the milk fruit and give it to Su Mu, and the remaining three eat the pulp. As for pets, they don't have their share, there is no way, there are too few fruits. The aroma is overflowing, and the four pets salivate. Ha, kid. Chi Yu watered the tree while eating, staring at the stars. Plant a tree today and reap the fruit tomorrow. Tomorrow is enough. Su Mu frowned slightly, remembering one thing. The soil in the Void Island is just ordinary grade soil. It seems that we have to find a way to replace a batch of soil. System prompt. You can take out the soil inside the Void Island and replace it with better soil. Putting this aside in advance, there is a lot of soil in the Magic Sea, but the best soil is even rarer than enchanted books. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was resting, Yingzhong took the mechanical eye again, and conducted a more careful low-altitude investigation of the surrounding stone pillars, not letting even a single stone go. Not all stone pillars have to be landed on. Su Mu only needs to take a look, and then he can sense whether there are resources on it and which ones are dangerous. Eagle Sauce will be back soon. Su Mu turned on the holographic projection to observe carefully, and suddenly found a very strange pillar. There are 2 rows of houses above, and the houses surround a mine pit. This pit is unusual, there are 8 cold breaths in it. No, there is also a sealed aura, which is on the verge of death, but is extremely powerful, and is a strong man whose lifespan is about to run out. The enemy is not strong, but it is very special, you can sweep it with one force. Perhaps the reason for the destruction of this ruin can be found on it. Looks like we found something amazing. Su Mu took 3 women to climb up the stone pillar platform because it is about 300 meters in diameter, surrounded by 2 semicircular houses. There is a square in the middle of the house. Looking in from one end of the stone pillar, you can just see the huge mine. The black lacquered mine cave is ominous, and the sound of a woman crying can be heard before approaching. It seems that we have reached the first boss area. There are strange fluctuations in these rooms, which may be caused by zombies. Su Mu stopped the women, tapped her toes, and kicked a stone into a house. As if the bee swarm exploded, zombies rushed out one by one, attacking everyone. Zombies are ugly, wearing hard hats, work clothes, and holding pickaxes. The movements were stiff, but a pair of bloody eyes told everyone that they were not easy to mess with. Meat. I want meat. System prompt. Minor zombie has high defense, high attack, slow movement, and extremely poor agility. Don't let it hit you, it can open your head with one hit. Note: don't let them go just because you are a woman. Zombies don't know how to be sympathetic to women, and for men, women's meat is softer and more delicious. William Locke reacted first, waved a fireball, and the flames engulfed a zombie. The zombie with flames did not fall down immediately, but continued to move forward, and the destructive power seemed to be even greater. Ada jumped up, opened his mouth, and a water polo emerged. Ada. The water extinguished the flames, and then the eagle sauce fell from the sky, put the zombie on the ground with one claw, and tore it into pieces 3 times and 2 times. Chi Yu took the battle analyzer to check the data of the zombies. These things have been dead for too long, and their bodies are as hard as iron. They can't be hardened. We have to separate them. The flame will have a miraculous effect, but don't mess around, or you will hurt your own people. Fang, stay back, Ada, and cover Chin. Fang. William Locke, you and Bai Shu set fire together. Beautiful, kill another one. 3 women and 4 pets started fighting zombies. Su Mu jumped onto the roof, and after a few jumps, she got into the mine. There are strong people here, so don't let women take risks. This mine is much cleaner than the previous mine, and there is no sign of collapse. The clean ones are a bit painful. If there is an owner here, that owner must have cleanliness. 500 meters underground, a huge space was discovered. This is also the bottom of the mine, located on the seabed. Covering an area of about 1,000 square meters, there is a blue coffin on the ground in the center of the space. Su Mu stood on the ground, raised her head and turned around. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out. 8 evil spirits stood around, and they formed a circle to seal the coffin together. One of the big-headed ghosts seems to have seen Su Mu. Facing the evil ghost next to him, Nunazui, all the evil spirits immediately looked at Su Mu. 8 great kings, the strongest fighters in the former city of Anstein. The average fighting power is 480,000, and the strongest headless ghost has a fighting power of 84,000. Haha, there is a creature coming to this kind of place. His head is mine. Whoever dares to snatch me will kill him. You want the head, but the body is mine. Why should my body belong to you? I still want it. An old man with a white beard said with a smile. Ahem, it's not too much for one person, why not, let's squeeze it into juice. By Kishin, with a combat power of 64,000 and a brutal personality, I want to drink your brains. Nani, are you done talking? Su Mu slowly pulled out the Demon King's holy sword, and an epic breath permeated the entire space. The 8 evil ghosts were startled. Can you see us? You can see it, and you can see it very clearly. It is invisible to the naked eye, but the 6th sense can see clearly. Su Mu jumped up and chopped the white-bearded ghost into 18 sections. The screams resounded throughout the space. The 3 women who were fighting outside were terrified. It's miserable, it's too miserable. Su Mu never tortures monsters. Does this make him angry? I also feel a sense of revenge. The rest of the evil spirits will look at each other. Let's go together and kill him. Bai Kishin, who had been cut into 18 sections, immediately returned to his original shape, but his body became much darker. Su Mu frowned slightly. Isn't it the body that was cut? Swings the sword at 3 o'clock on the left. Smashing a positive ion blade under the foot. Above, shoot a light attribute arrow. After a great battle, several evil spirits were killed for 3 rounds, and no one could walk 1 round in Su Mu's hands. With his sixth sense, Su also found out the reason why these monsters couldn't be killed. Earthbound spirits, unable to leave this mine, something is binding them. The coffin, there is something sealed in the coffin, it is a mermaid candle that is about to go out. There is a soul in the mermaid candle, and the 8 of them are sealing this soul factory. It turns out that the root of everything is in the coffin. Su stepped forward slowly. The 8 evil spirits panicked when they saw this, but they dared not move forward. What the hell is this people? They have been killed several times with every gesture. If it weren't for special props, they would have been wiped out long ago. But looking at it now, it is not far from death. Baikishan bit the bullet and stepped forward to beg. Brother, we are just gatekeepers, please let us go, leave here as if we didn't see anything. Let it go. Didn't you just want to squeeze the juice? Why are you willing to let me go? Ji Yong ion ball hit him in the face, killing Bai Qian again. Seeing that they couldn't stop Su, the other ghosts started to make eye contact. Brother, I can't do it anymore, but I absolutely can't let that idiot join forces with this guy. Yeah, otherwise it's really dead. Then let's loosen the seal, and with that girl's temper, she will definitely kill her indiscriminately. When the time comes, dogs will eat dogs. Okay, let's do it. Okay, that guy is approaching the seal soon, everyone get ready. Su has already reached out to the coffin. The 8 great evil ghosts secretly rejoiced, but their faces showed despair. One by one howling like a dead mother. Brother, don't open that coffin, there is a very ruthless ghost inside, if it sees you, it will cramp you and skin you. She will drain every drop of your essence and turn you into a human being. The sixth sense has already perceived everything, listening to the words against his will. Su couldn't help but want to laugh. When his hand touched the coffin, the 8 evil spirits closed the seal, and a beam of light shot out from inside the coffin. No hostility. An ethereal voice sounded. Hi, may I ask what year is today? The coffin disappeared as if it had evaporated, and a ray of fire emerged. There is a candle at the bottom of the coffin, which has almost burned out, and 8 weapons are stuck beside it. Above the candle, within the candlelight, there is a woman floating. The emperor's robe in red, with a 9-clawed dragon on it, has a noble temperament. It can be seen from a distance but not dared to play with it. At the age of 25 or 16, he has exquisite appearance, firm skin, and 3,000 waist-length white hair dancing slightly with the light. I don't know if she is the light, or the light is her. Every move has an imperial demeanor. Former Queen of Anstein, Zhao Hongzhu. Zhao Hongzhu looked at Su softly with eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The other 8 evil spirits felt a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to their scalps. Oops, miscalculation, this woman didn't attack at all. Liver, isn't this woman very violent? It's over. What awaits them is death. No, 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 this woman will make them suffer so much that they will die. Zhao Hongzhu said softly. The person who bears the blood of the dragon, you are not from Anstein, if that is the case, you can go. Su smiled and shook her head. You can go, but I'm here to hunt for treasure, can you give me the treasure? The 8 ghosts looked at Su with wrong eyes. I have seen people with fat guts, but I have never seen one with such fat guts. This is the king of Hades, who slaughtered the entire city of Anstein. Dare to ask for benefits in front of the king of Hades, do you really dislike your own life for too long? Back then, the 8 of them exhausted their strength, and borrowed Chongbao to become ghosts. In addition to that outstanding ceiling props, this woman was trapped. I, the king of power, would like to call you the strongest. A strong frog-like ghost gave a thumbs up. Hee, at a time like this, shouldn't you be thinking about how to run away? The other evil spirits looked desperate. Run. Where else can I go at this time? Su looked down at the weapon next to the candle. Excellence level weapon, the hiding place of the 8 evil spirits. After thousands of years of erosion, it has decayed. Hee, there is nothing you want here, you can go. By the way, there is an epic steel mine under the main hall, you can mine it. Su shook her head. Mine load or something, you can wait a moment, I think you are very interesting. The faces of the 8 ghosts instantly became horrified, like clowns in a circus. Young man, you are very courageous. You actually plan to plot against an old maid who has been dead for 1,000 years. I really don't know how to write the word dead. Zhao Hongzhu frowned slightly, and said, I have grievances with these 8 people, and the disaster is not as bad as you. If you leave here, you will be safe and sound, but if you insist on meddling, I don't mind killing you. Although the words are cruel, but there is no intention to kill, I just want you to leave. This is a kind ghost, but it seems that he has encountered a very painful thing and is full of hostility towards the 8 evil ghosts. Zhao Hongzhu, with a combat strength of 134,000, and a special spirit body, can be considered to be subdued. Borrowing a red candle, a resentful spirit who can survive for thousands of years is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Ha ha, Zhao Hongzhu looked down at her hands, which were as white as jade. Only she herself knows how many creatures have been killed, her hands are full of blood. Moonlight, blood storm, the red sun rises, and the bloody storm descends. Zhao Hongzhu launched a sneak attack directly. The 8 evil spirits were blown away by the storm. The 8 ghosts have fierce faces, they can die, but this fool has to be buried with them. We fought you. 8 evil spirits started to burn everything, ready to fight to the death. Zhao Hongzhu smiled lightly, she couldn't bear the desperate blows of so many masters. Alright, let's end like this. End shit. Su Mu jumped up and drew out the Demon King's lightsaber. The breath of blood began to permeate. Break the void and kill. The bloody sword light streaked across the entire space, instantly killing the 8 evil spirits. Smashing weapons can prevent the 8 evil ghosts from resurrecting. Su Mu stepped down heavily, and the power of waves burst out from the soles of his feet. The ground was shattered, and 8 pieces of soldiers were also shattered. Do not. The 8 evil spirits let out a desperate roar, and their bodies dissipated in an instant. Su Mu caught a candle that was about to burn out. Who are you? Zhao Hongzhu stared blankly at Su Mu. Seconds. Are you kidding me? She dared not challenge the 8 evil spirits. It took a long time to recover, and the red eyes glanced at the candle that was about to burn out. This is the mermaid candle, and it is also the natal candle. If the mermaid candle is in the hands of others, it means that her life is not under her control. In the past, she still cared, but now, a crimson flame burned on the candle, which was her life. When the wax burns out and the flames dissipate, she too will disappear, and it won't be long. I used to be the king of Anstein, and then my people betrayed me and killed me. When a person is about to die, Zhao Hongzhu began to confide in his heart. Fortunately, I have a legendary mermaid candle. Under the evening nourishment of the mermaid candle, I became a spirit. After 3 years, I have returned to avenge my people. Now that they're all dead, I have nothing to miss. Su Mu nodded, put away the sword, and persuaded, you are very good, this world is big, and the scenery outside is very nice. Well, how about you being my Ark Guardian? The Ark will become bigger and bigger, plus the artifact Void Island, one day he will not be able to shrink, so you need some guardians to guard the Ark. Although the ghost in front of me is covered with blood donations, it is indeed the best object to control. If it can be included in the mermaid candle and controlled, it will be a qualified thug. I'm going to die. When the candle goes out, that's when I die. The candle is very special. It is a mermaid candle, made of deep-sea murloc oil, which ordinary people cannot make. Under the candlelight, Zhao Hongzhu looked a little lonely. Abandoning the age of becoming a ghost, she has only lived to be 25 years old, and she hasn't seen enough of this world yet. Can live, she does not want to die. She wavered, good opportunity, seduce with words. That means I have a mermaid candle, so you will leave with me. Zhao Hongzhu smiled sweetly, and pointed Su Mu's forehead with her finger. Okay, if you have, I'll leave with you. That's what you said. Su Mu immediately took out a red candle. Well, there is no legendary, but there is a remarkable candle. Zhao Hongzhu was surprised, covering her mouth with jade hands, eyes full of disbelief. Su Mu moved the flame towards her own candle. If you still want to live, then move yourself. The air fell into silence, and after a quarter of an hour, the flame flickered and jumped from the original candle to Su Mu's candle. Unexpectedly, I got it from you, little guy, can you tell me your name? Su Mu, a professional perfect warrior, is also a magician, and her combat power is almost twice as strong as yours. Acquisition. Excellent props. Mermaid candle. Zhao Hongzhu. The queen from the ancient empire turned herself into a ghost for revenge, and her life was controlled by the mermaid candle. Note: this is a living weapon, it has its own emotions, it can hurt others as well as yourself, so use it carefully. The sixth sense dissipated, and the wind became a little heavy. In the distance is the deep darkness, and the indissoluble breath of death. The island ahead is full of zombies. What did you do? Su Mu looked puzzled. How to make this place into such a virtue? Hearing this, Zhao Hongzhu blushed and covered her forehead with shame. When I die, curse the assassination pig. People who are cursed will be turned into zombie-like monsters, and once they bite another person, that person will also become a zombie. Good guy, a different kind of zombie virus, worthy of being the queen, really ruthless. The next step is to clean up the surrounding islands. There are not many zombies, less than 500. 3 women brought 4 pets, and the hand of the killer was cramped. It's too hard to move, and a pack of wolves is more fishy than zombies. Su Mu watched the whole process. This is an experience for 3 women, they cannot live under their own wings forever. For Su Mu, one big move can sweep a piece. Of course, occasionally 2 strong ghosts will pop up, and at this time, Zhao Hongzhu will take the shot. At night, at 8 o'clock, Su Mu also came to the last island, the main island. There are also the most zombies on this island, with 300. Suddenly, the sixth sense sent an alarm. Please hurry up and clean up the remains of Einstein, something big will happen at midnight. A new race is coming soon. Here, Fang drank 2 drops each of gilded snow milk and ether liquid, and regained her energy. Let's go, start the fight, and you can go back to sleep after the fight. Suddenly, a sound effect sounded, and Su Mu stepped on the flying skateboard and went straight to the island. When the hand is raised and the knife is dropped, a zombie will fall down. For 5 minutes, there is no zombie standing in the field. Clean up quickly, something big is going to happen. Then Su Mu rushed into the hall, and there was a big pit in the hall. Judging from the traces, this hall was designed to cover the mine. Su Mu picked into the cave and came to the bottom, surrounded by debris. The Kanglong chant. The power of the shock swept everything away. A large piece of ore with metallic luster was exposed. System prompt. Epic level ore is discovered, and excellent level ore is required for mining. Su Mu picked up the perfect level shovel and shoveled it, but the ladder did not move at all. Pick up the alchemy tool table and prepare to disassemble it directly. Breakdown. System prompt. It cannot be decomposed, and requires an excellent furnace. Seth. This is to be expected. The ore dug out of the mine is not the processed ore from the treasure chest after all. Open the manufacturing, and click on the furnace drawing that has been useless. Excellence furnace. Excellence metal 100, volcanic stone essence 1 flame enchanted book 100. The road of exploration is heavy and has a long way to go. Su Mu stood up and went back to the 3 women, asking Zhao Hongzhu. Do you have superior pickaxes and furnaces here? Zhao Hongzhu shook her head with a wry smile. If there is, it is impossible for this mine to still be here. Makes sense. Su Mu felt that it was too late to make a mining pick at this time. You can use the yin and cation blade to blow up the ore veins and take them away. Very good. Su Mu and the 3 women explained the situation, released their arc, and let the 3 of them leave with the harvested props. Half an hour later, the 3 women cleaned up everything, driving the mechanical whale to a place 10 kilometers away from the island. Su Mu consumes 60% of his chi, blood and soul power to summon yin and yang ion blades. 1 black and 1 white, a sense of distortion emerges in the space around the 2 light spheres. Go. The 2 balls of light fell down like 2 planets. In an instant, there was a flash of white between the sky and the earth, and then the 3 women saw a terrifying mushroom cloud of flames rising. The entire night sky was illuminated by flames. The 3 women looked dumbfounded. My God, is it so scary? Zhao Hongzhu's eyes narrowed. Can this power really be possessed by humans? At this moment, Zhao Hongzhu completely let go of his hesitation, and becoming a tool of such a strong man is also a good choice. At the center of the explosion, space is distorting. Half of the stone pillar was torn apart by the violent shock wave and was on the verge of shattering. When the sea of flames dissipated, the hall had disappeared and turned into a big pit. In the big pit, the deepest soil was burned into magma. Su Mu drove the flying skateboard, went through the magma, and came to the innermost part. A large piece of red-hot metal could be vaguely seen. Quote. Water method Kuhn's water dragon. A huge water dragon drilled out of the air, crashed into the magma, and burst out a large cloud of water vapor. The surrounding problems began to drop, and Yinmu picked up the cooled ore and stuffed it into the space ring. Obtain. Epic grade ore 1. Acquisition. Epic grade ore 4. After loading a few pieces, the space ring is full. At this time, a woman drove the ark and approached the stone pillar again. But this stone pillar was hit too hard, and gravel fell from time to time, so they didn't dare to approach it at all. Su Mu drove the flying skateboard, jumped off the 100-meter stone pillar, and rushed directly to the ark. After putting down the ore, Su Mu returned to the stone pillar to continue cleaning. After 4 times, all the ore was cleared. At 9:50 in the evening, Su Mu collected everything. It's finally done, let's go. How Jiao. Su Mu stretched her waist and walked into the cab. The 3 women fell asleep early, and they were too tired today. The 4 pets were also tired, lying down together and sleeping soundly. Su Mu didn't care, so he was constantly strengthening his physical body. Now he can be called a humanoid dragon, with a frighteningly high physique. Open the system interface and check your own information. Su Mu. Combat power. 247,800. Blood value. 1.4 with 2.4 W. Soul power. 1.0 with 2.0 W. It's gone up so much. Su Mu put the mermaid candle in the cab and asked Zhao Hongzhu to chat with Xiao Jing. I ran to the 3rd floor to check the supplies, so as to decide the direction of the next step. Whale Song has been fully qualified for the position of artificial intelligence, controlling the ark to move forward into the distance. Obtain. Beast Core 807. Obtain. Hard Hat 324. Obtain. Excellent Mining Pick 273. Except for the Beast Core, everything else is spicy chicken. Su Mu sighed. Come to the World Channel and start acquiring superior grade metals. Undoubtedly, no one sold, and no one collected this material. I want to make an anti-gravity engine, and a furnace of excellence. Lack of excellent grade metal *100, Flame Magic Book *100. Rare material Volcanic Crystal 1. Among them, the Flame Enchanted Book is not a problem, the problem is in the excellent metal, and the volcanic stone crystal. It's stuck in a deadlock. Hopefully the next island finds both. With a milk fruit in her mouth, Su Mu returned to the cab and squinted. When 12 o'clock, everyone is woken up by an announcement. Magic Sea announcement. System upgrade begins. Congratulations to the human race who are still alive and have successfully survived the 10th day. Next, you will welcome the second batch of players as old people. Su Mu frowned. What should come will come eventually. The second batch. What's the situation? Aren't we the only ones? Before the Magic Sea was released, we were the first batch, so there should be a second batch. The human world began to boil, but this is aliens. There were no aliens in the previous world. Everyone is full of expectations for the newcomers. Friendly reminder from the system. The second batch of player races are named Lashan clan, and the combat power of ordinary units is at least 300, and the highest is no more than 500. The Magic Sea begins to partition. The human race has left the novice area, and the monsters in the human race area will become stronger in the future, and all players will work hard to survive. In the next second, Su Mu saw endless mist coming. The whole world is covered with mist. When the fog cleared, the Einstein Island in the rear had disappeared. And in front of him, countless beams of light fell from the sky. Announcement from the Demon Sea. The second race is coming, the Lashan race, without talent, with an arc. The racial battle begins. Separately open the race channel. Arc level limit opened. Up to 10 levels. The human race can seize the Lashan clan's arc, and can upgrade their own arc, and vice versa. At the same time, the world channel suddenly had a lot of strange voices. Where is this? I want to go home. Whoa, what is this place? Ha ha ha, we are finally here in the Demon Sea world. Su Mu saw many Lashan clan cheering, and immediately realized that the Lashan clan already knew about the sea. Ha ha ha, the battle strength BBFI of our guardians is 50,000, the tiny human race, tremble at the feet of our Lashan clan. The world channel was quiet for a while, and someone spoke quietly. How dare you make a fuss for only 50,000? That's right, my human race boss Su, with a combat power of 240,000, didn't say anything. Isn't it good to kneel quietly? Do you have to bring your face close to hit you? This race is cheap, and it provokes when it comes up. It seems that it has never been beaten. On a sailboat, Luo Chengquang looked at the statistics of the number 1 human player, Su Mu, and fell into a long silence. Su Mu. Combat power 247,800, ultimate combat power 300,000. What level is this? Statistics alone have crushed him 5 times. The remaining masters of the human race are Qi Yu, William Locke, and Qin Fang. All of them were werewolves with a combat power approaching 20,000. Further down, there are 10,000 to 8,000 powerhouses. And his own race has no other masters except himself, and his combat power is genetically modified. The average clansman is about 1,000. If you start a war with the human race, you will definitely lose. Cut, isn't he just a broken Su Mu? The guardians of our clan catch up to him in minutes. Che, Lord Luokan of our clan is the supreme creation. He has gathered the luck of the whole clan of our clan. He can rise to 100,000 in 1 day, 300,000 in 2 days, and 1,000,000 in 3 days. Humans tremble under the feet of the Luotian clan. Suddenly, a message came from World Channel. Su Mu couldn't bear it anymore. Luo God Clan, listen carefully, you borrowed the Devil King and angels, sneaked into the Demon Sea, and seek the luck of our clan. This is the highest provocation. From now on, Luotian clan, I will kill everyone I see. This matter is really unbearable. The Luotian clan wants to seize the luck of the human race. The first one to do it is Su Mu. Hiss, is Boss Su so cruel? It seems that there is a story here. Please gossip. Stop gossiping. Please form a team and hunt down the Luotian clan. Brothers team up. I'm a torturer. Upstairs Saigao, come to my team. Su Mu opened the race channel, which was full of discussions on how to hunt the Luotian tribe. Kill all the men, rob all the women, go on the ark. Calm upstairs. Tisk, survival in the Demon Sea is really cruel. Here, the guardian of the Luotian clan, Luo Chen paddled Xiao Zhou forward. He had already explored the first island, but he didn't get any good things. He was heading towards the second island, and the darkness made him unable to see clearly ahead. Suddenly, a moving island appeared ahead. There's something. Luo Chen saw the distance with supervision, and found the island and the plants on it. I actually saw an island full of plants, and it was full of fruits and vegetables. I am indeed the child of destiny. The island moved very fast, and Luo Chen tried desperately to catch up. In the ark, Su Mu was watching the World Channel when suddenly the sixth sense sent a warning. There is an enemy invasion, and I am the guardian of the Luotian clan. Turning his head, through the one-way wall, he found Luo Chen who was desperately chasing him. Luotian tribe, male, product of biological experiments, without the ability to reproduce offspring, with a combat power of 50,000. Abilities: strength enhancement, speed enhancement, laser eyes, supervision. Whale song, slow down. I want to meet him. It took Luo Chen a lot of effort to catch up to the island. When he got closer, he realized that it was a whale. The whale is carrying something that looks like a plate on its back. The plants are grown on the plate. God Luo, is this a strange beast? Luo Chen was so excited that he almost cried. He was so lucky that he met a strange beast. If this is subdued, there is no need to worry about the survival of the Demon Sea in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Chen came to the front of the whale and waved his hand. Stay, sea monster, quickly report your name. Su Mu in the ark is dumbfounded. Is this guy teasing? Forget it, whale song, just bump into it. The whale moved on, completely ignoring Luo Chen. Embarrassment, capitalized embarrassment. Ahem, resources. Resources are the most important thing, because grabbing resources is the most important thing. Climb on the back of the whale. Dang, before taking 2 steps, he found himself bumping into an energy shield. What's the situation? Luo Chen was a little confused. Wait, something is wrong. This energy fluctuates. Just now, Luo Chen was dazzled by the excitement, and now he was looking at it. This energy mask looked familiar. How is it like the energy shield of the Void Island? But no, after all, there is a castle on the Void Island. The island of the Void has been integrated with the Ark, and the original appearance cannot be seen at all. Luo Chen didn't recognize that it was an artifact from other clans. Forget it, the harvest matters. Luo Chen didn't see it. 2 meters away from him, Su Mu turned on stealth and was looking at him curiously. Of course, instead of looking at a friend, you were looking at a dead person. Luo Chen didn't know all this and bent over. His hands tapped on the energy shield. As expected of a treasure, this energy shield is perfect. He didn't think about this being an ark. This is a whale, how could it be an ark? At the same time, Luo Chen began to broadcast his own live broadcast in text on the World Channel. Guys, play spot a picture whale. There is an island on the back of the whale. Guys, this is the first island I've ever seen with apples, bananas, and hawthorns. Ha ha ha. Ah, Luokan Masters Competition, hi. Lord Luo Chen is awesome. Ha ha ha, did the human race see it? This is Lord Luo Chen's luck. Although the human race was jealous, they still insisted, go back. Isn't it just fruit? Cut, Master Su Mu only sells meat. Leave them alone, tomorrow they will die of lack of water. This energy shield is a bit hard. But it's not a problem, take a little time, we can definitely break through it. Su Mu just watched quietly, when suddenly, a delicate and small pendant appeared. Ark, Su Mu's eyebrows twitched, thinking about it. Quietly, she took out a dagger and cut off the trouser loop. Take down the ark and put it into the space ring. The system gives a prompt. But Luo Chen was too focused to pay attention. Su Mu laughed. System prompt. Found the ark of the Child of Luck. Swallowing can increase the size of the ark. Do you want to swallow it? Now is not the time. Luo Chen tapped and tapped, but gave up helplessly. This energy shield is very delicate, it cannot be broken by the current him. Forget it, this is the test Luoshan gave me. He stretched out his hand towards the ark, but found nothing. The blood on Luo Chen's face faded instantly. Looking down, the trouser loop has been cut off in an instant. The broken trouser loop seemed to mock his carelessness. When, an unspoken fear welled up in her heart. Being able to steal the ark without anyone knowing it can also kill him. Click, Luo Chen sharply pricked up his ears and looked around. To prevent the enemy from attacking. In fact, it was just the sound of Su Mu closing the hatch. Whale song, dive down. The ark sank slowly. Luo Chen was taken aback. Oops, without the ark, Luo Chen fell directly into the water. Who is it? Luo Chen looked around with his eyes, and he should have fallen into the water just like himself when he attacked. But the sea was empty, and there was nothing. Saw nothing. A chill ran from the soles of the feet through the skull. Suddenly, a white shark fin was exposed. Then, a shark opened its mouth wide. Luo Chen punched the shark on the nose, knocking him unconscious. The blood of the sharks flowed into the sea, and under the surface of the sea, one shark after another opened their eyes. Luo Chen is not stupid, he knew the situation quickly. Hastily swam toward the distance. At this time, you can only escape. Su Mu sat in the cabin, took out a small sailboat pendant, and smiled. The Luoshan ark can be used to upgrade the human ark. Upgrade consumption. 1/36. The upgrade ratio is the square of the level to be upgraded. That is to say, to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 2x2, 4 are needed. From level 5 to level 6 is 6/636. It's a terrible upgrade consumption. Luo Chen is worthy of being the high-end combat power of the Luoshan clan. After swimming for 10 kilometers, we came to the next island. The island is very rich, with 4 coconut trees. Brothers, there was an accident just now, the island suddenly sank and accidentally fell into the water. It seems that everyone should pay attention to prevent the island from falling into the water when it sinks. Understood, thank you Guardian. Guardian Seago. On the World Channel, the human race fell into a rare calm. The race channel blew up. When the island sinks, the people will disappear immediately. What that guy found, wouldn't it be some sea monster? At this time, Zhao Chuan was keenly aware of the abnormality. Whale, isn't Mr. Sus Ark a whale? Thinking of this, he came out to offer his thoughts. But it doesn't look like a monster. I want to ask, are everyone's arks still sailing ships? No, my 4th level ark is a small cruise ship. Sand dredger. Pirate ship. Hiss, it's all different. It's terrifying to think about. On the sea, Long Qingfeng looked at the ark and shuddered deeply. Ask another question. I know a big guy's ark looks like a whale, but have you noticed that Lu Chen fell into the water? Any questions? Wait, this is a big problem. Someone responded immediately. We noticed the abnormality, so we can put the ark in advance on the sea and hide in it, so why did he fall into the water? Could it be that the boss on the ark has a talent for thieves and stole his ark? Or, was robbed? Hey, the one who has this ability at this stage can't be Boss Su. With 2 billion people, a few brain cells per person can make up the rough idea. Summary. The island discovered by the Guardian is Mr. Su's ark, and then Mr. Su stole the ark and kicked it into the sea. Ha ha ha, that guy is still broadcasting live in the world, he really has a big face. Shish, don't talk nonsense, wait for them to reveal their secrets. The Lashan tribe is showing off the power of the sons of their race. The human race did not answer, and everyone was waiting silently. One is showing off, the other is waiting to see a joke. Luo Chen smashed a coconut with his fist, drank the coconut juice, and ate the pulp. Satisfied. Physical recovery. Suddenly, the sea surface in the distance surged, and an island emerged. After a closer look, it turned out to be the island from before. Pata. Luo Chen felt that the coconut in his hand was no longer fragrant, and a chill rushed into his spinal cord. This thing isn't staring at me, is it? Su Mu calmly took out the mechanical eye, took a photo remotely, and sent it to the race channel. Live, Guardian of the Lashan clan, Luo Chen's wonderful life. Hiss. Boss Su really bumped into him. Poor man, Yao Yao weeps for you. Look, I found an island full of plants, Nani, it turned out to be air. Ha ha ha. In the photo, he is a muscular man with a crystal between his eyebrows. The coconut in his hand fell to the ground, his face terrified. Is this the Lashan clan? There is a broken crystal between the eyebrows. Well, in the future, if you see such a person, you will hit him. Tisk, the heart is too bad, after all, it's just a reformer. Su Mu opened the combat power ranking list, and he was still number 1. Second, is this person. But the third one is not Chi Yu. It's a woman from the Lashan clan, with a combat power of 34,000. Good luck. Sure enough, if you can create one, you can create the second. Su Mu tapped on the console with her fingers, thinking about it. This group of people must be killed, one is to snatch the ark, and the other is to eliminate hidden dangers. Earth people's technology is a little weaker after all. Hey, if the race in the future becomes stronger and stronger, the human race will definitely fall into a passive position. Forget it, I'll go take a nap for a while. Red Candle, Whale Song, you two help me keep an eye on him. On the distant sea, a heroic woman watched the World Channel, frowning. How can I feel an ominous premonition? Luo Chen looked at the coconuts under his feet. There were more than a dozen more, but he didn't have an ark, so he couldn't take it with him. With a roar, Luo Chen turned and dived into the water. He couldn't stay here any longer, or he would die. Seeing this, Whale Song hurriedly chased after him. Why do you keep chasing me? Half an hour later, another island appeared ahead. Whale Song hastily stopped the pursuit. This is a tortoise with a mountain on its back, and the tortoise's back is covered with poisonous snakes. Luo Chen realized that the monster behind him stopped chasing him, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly climbed up the island without thinking about anything else. Lying on the rocks gasping for breath. My lungs are about to explode. Hurrah, come alive. It's scary, it's not a good feeling to be chased by the unknown. Su Mu was awakened by the whale song and came to the cab. What's wrong? Hiss, why is it Big Brother? This turtle was seen when Su Mu first came here. At the beginning, it gave Su Mu a great sense of crisis. Poison Xuanwu, a highly poisonous beast, with a combat power of 330,000. Go all out, with Yuya's help, it may not be impossible to win. This is a magic sea store, which has what you want. Only when you prove your strength, Poison Xuanwu will show you his collection. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Su Mu got out of the ark, stepped on the flying skateboard and came to the giant turtle. Hello, Poison Xuanwu. The giant tortoise slowly raised its head, revealing an old and ugly face. Tisk, little guy, it's you. Yes, we have met before. Here, Luo Chen heard the sound, climbed to the front, and found that there was a big turtle under his feet. And a person is talking to the big tortoise. At that time, you were still very weak. I didn't expect you to grow to this level in the blink of an eye. While speaking, the giant tortoise slowly stood up like a human. It was holding a 2-story house on its front paws. Little guy, I'm also a businessman, your strength has been recognized by me, let's make a deal. Enter the house and trade with the poison Xuanwu deity. Su Mu nodded, and drove the skateboard into the door. Luo Chen also wanted to get closer. Maybe on credit for an arc. As soon as he took 2 steps, he felt a violent crisis strike. Turning his head to look, there are 7 or 8 big poisonous snakes looking at him greedily. Inside the shop sits an old tortoise, a bit like a murloc. Hee, I don't have many things. Extraordinary precious volcanic stone crystals, 100 beast cores. Excellent metal, 1 animal core in 1 piece. In addition, purchase professional cards, epic materials, animal skins, sundries and so on. All in all, my place is Magic C's grocery store. Quote. Su Mu took out a lot of materials, such as animal skins and bones. The old tortoise pondered for a moment and began to take stock. Okay, 12 beast cores, no more, most of the things you have here are excellent. Yes, he didn't lie to you. That's a deal. I want a volcanic crystal, and 100 pieces of excellent metal, right? These are ready to do the furnace. After the furnace is done, the ore is smelted, the gravity-defying device. I didn't expect it to be a big customer, with a total of 300 beast cores. After paying the beast core, Du Xuanwu randomly took out a black stone. Take it, be careful, without the outer shell. Otherwise the power of extreme inflammation inside explodes, you can resist it, your friends may not be. Thanks. Su Mu pondered for a while, and asked, do you have the infinite enchanted book here? Do you have the energy storage crystal, and the void enchanted book? I have the first 2, each with 50 beast cores. The old tortoise stroked his beard and thought for a while, as for the void enchanted book, you have to go to a more dangerous sea. Su Mu could only regretfully give up her idea, left the hut, and returned to the ark with the resources. Open the appropriate channel, and exchange resources such as hard hats and mining pickaxes for flame enchanted books. Get flame enchanted book 10. Obtain flame enchanted book 38. After half an hour, Su Mu finally collected all the materials. Open the manufacturing tab and click on the furnace of excellence. Consumption. Excellent metal 100, volcanic stone crystal 1, flame enchanted book 100. Obtain. Excellent furnace 1. The furnace is a cube metal building with a side length of 3 meters, which looks like a large iron fireplace. There is a door on the front, and a flame that will never be extinguished burns inside the door. Excellence level furnace. A furnace used to smelt various metal ores, up to epic level metal ores. Note. Beast core *1 is consumed per hour, and the number of smelting at the same time is 30. Take the furnace to the 3rd floor, put it in the corner, and fill it with the beast core to activate it. The furnace starts. Su Mu took out an epic grade fine steel ore and threw it in. System prompt. Is the furnace in use? The remaining time is 3 minutes. Su Mu raised again. Remaining time, 5 minutes and 57 seconds. 1 every 3 minutes, okay. Filling up, Su Mu is waiting patiently. Soon the first piece of metal came out of the furnace. Su Mu took it out to have a look. The metal that comes out is square and square, like a big gold bar. But here, this thing is more precious than gold. Half an hour later, 10 epic grade metals were smelted. Su Mu opens the manufacturing channel and clicks to make an energy engine. This thing is too important. The recent Su Mu can't afford to support the whole ark, and urgently needs the ark to be self-sufficient. Consumption. Epic metal *10 crystal essence beast egg *1. Energy storage crystal 1. The light flickering in front of my eyes, a spherical device emerged. Electric sparks flickered above. System prompt. Found arc accessories, is it fused? Fusion. There was a roar. Su Mu felt that there was something more on the whole arc. The fusion of the arc energy engine is complete. Arc has acquired the ability to automatically absorb energy. Arc gains energy storage capacity. Su Mu returned to the cab and began to check. Whale Song is jumping around happily inside. I can absorb energy by myself. I can absorb energy by myself. Arc energy absorption. Under normal circumstances, it can absorb 30 units of energy per day. Extreme overload operation. Can absorb 40 units per day. Note: 1 unit is equal to 1 ordinary beast core. Energy storage. Up to 300 units. Suddenly, there was a clatter of a week. The Lashan clan guarded it and fell on the ark. It is recommended to clean it up. Su Mu came to the top of the ark, next to the botanical garden, and saw the half-dead Luo Chen. This guardian of the Lashan clan is black and purple all over, and has been deeply poisoned. Life is about to pass. You can use this to blackmail a Beluo Protoss. Su Mu took out the mechanical eye and took a photo, sent to the World Channel. Black and purple body. It looked so bleak. The torn clothes were full of bite marks from poisonous snakes. In the distance, an island full of poisonous snakes is looming. I seem to have picked up a strange thing. First of all, I declare that I didn't do anything to him. Could it be the guardian of your Lashan clan? He boasted for a long time how great it is, and now it's nothing more than that. Okay, he can't protect himself now. What do you Lashan clan want to do to protect his life? The World Channel was quiet for a moment. The human race took the lead in breaking the calm. Boys of the Lashan clan, come out to fight. Is this your guardian? Hundan, let go of our guardian. How could it be? How could the guardian be like this? Uneasiness and despair immediately surged into the hearts of every Lashan person. The Lashan tribe was fearless at first because of Luo Chen's strength. Even if the human race had Su Mu, they were not afraid. Luo Chen is their belief. But when Luo Chen fell, the faith of the Lashan clan also collapsed. After the death of a god, all living beings die. Lord Luo Chen, stand up. Trash, the Lashan clan has paid so much for you, and you just fell down like this. Wu, God is dead. The Lashan clan collapsed and ignored you. Su Mu nodded, and all the Lashan clan descended. But not everyone is aware of the demon sea, and those who know will certainly not exchange a heavy treasure for a dead person. People can put you on the throne, but now you are abandoned. Su Mu slowly raised the knife and waited patiently. Baby, it will come. Suddenly, a private chat came. Master Su Mu, I will exchange his life with an enchanted book. This book is very precious, enough to buy his life. The original name is Luoshenzu, Zhou Yunshi. Su Mu opened. It was a girl. What enchanted book? Trader. Zhou Yunshi. Trade item. Flame enchanted book 1 variation. Transaction requirements. None. Flame enchanted book variation, an extremely rare and special enchanted book that can enchant the human body. No one knows what happened to it, but once you use it, you will gain extremely terrifying power. Note: once you find a treasured item, you must take it down. Even if it is a first-level skill, it will bring unexpected power. Flame enchanted books are not uncommon, but ordinary flame enchants are not powerful at all, which is why Su Mu doesn't want to enchant them. But this one is different. Soul variation. Enchanting can gain the power to summon black flames. Make a deal. In the depths of the endless sea of magic, a beautiful woman showed a ferocious face. Bai Ruyu held a black enchanted book in her hand, and the veins on her forehead bulged. Mother, if you want to save him, I can save him, but from today on, I have nothing to do with the Lashan clan. The transaction is successful. Su Mu stuffed a primary healing potion into Luo Chen's mouth. Then he called Chi Yu and Alice together and gave him a healing spell. Chi Yu obviously didn't recover, and leaned lazily in Su Mu's arms. Heish, husband, why do you want to save a foreigner? A deal. Consumption. Beast Core 1, Flame Enchanted Book 1 variation. Acquired skill. Sky Devouring Black Flame. Sky Devouring Black Flame. Black flame fueled by soul power can burn the sky and sea, and burn the soul. Note: black flame will not disappear until the target is burned out. Hiss. This skill looks familiar. Su Mu wanted to try it, but gave up again. It's too destructive, so be careful. Su Mu took out the planks and prepared to build a small raft. After all, if you promise, don't break your promise. The ark will definitely not be returned, so please give me a small raft with 3 planks. The private chat channel started to flicker again, and it turned out to be Zhou Yunshi. Su Mu smiled. What? Repented? The intuition of the sixth sense is telling Su Mu that this woman will not repent, so there must be other things. My lord, let me tell you a secret. Then, you take away the ark on his body, then build a raft and throw him on it. How about letting him drift from now on? Su Mu raised her eyebrows. Do you know what it means to lose the ark in the alchemy table? I know that without these two things, he can't survive 3 days at sea. This woman is so ruthless, obviously there is a story. Su Mu was not interested in inquiring, so he simply asked. What secret? The reason why we know about Mahai is because Mahai made an announcement to our senior management. One of them is, there are mysterious underwater ruins at the bottom of the Demon Sea. If you can find one, you can get a mysterious skill enchantment book that can enchant the human body. Su Mu also dived to the depths of the sea, but it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. If you want to go to the bottom of the sea, you need a regional authority. Only with authority can you truly reach the bottom of the magic sea. What she said is true. Okay, it's a deal. 10 minutes later. The toxins on Luo Chen's body faded away, and his breath became stable. Su Mu took the alchemy table from him, threw him on the small raft, and drifted with the waves. They also took a photo for Zhou Yunxi. Happy cooperation. Su Muka shook his head. There is no alchemy table and no ark. If this person survives 2 days, he loses. You can't lose. The sea of magic is full of dangers. Without the alchemy platform, you don't have the right to make props. And the alchemy table is bound. Even if you steal it from others, he can't use it. Within 100 miles, there is no one else but him, and he cannot survive to Lashan to save his work. Poor doll. Su Mu drove the ark away. Half an hour later, Luo Chen woke up. Hey, where is this? Didn't I get bitten by a snake? Oh, the raft, ahaha, it's a road that never ends. Smiling and laughing, Luo Chen felt something was wrong, looked down at his wrist, it was empty. Try to open the system interface, there is no response at all. Cold sweat dripped down instantly. The alchemy platform was lost, the ark was lost, and the demon sea had already sentenced him to death. 5 hours later. The sun is just right. Su Mu took out 100 pieces of epic-grade fine steel. The time for a big upgrade is coming. Su Mu was excited, she was about to fly. Consumption. Heaven's Profound Jade 1, Earth's Magnet 1, Epic-grade Stainless Steel 100, Levitating Enchanted Book 100. Obtain. Anti-Gravity Engine. Anti-Gravity Engine. One of the accessories of the ark, which consumes the beast core to generate an anti-gravity magnetic field, allowing the ark to soar in the sky and sink into the sea thousands of miles away. The anti-gravity engine is very strange, it is a big box with 370 square meters. The black shell is covered with countless magic lines. Note, the current level of the ark is level 5, every hour of flight consumes beast core 30. System prompt. Found ark accessories, is it fused? Fusion. The fusion is complete. In the next second, the ark shook for a moment and nothing else happened. Su Mu took out a pendant. It's not Hengdao who was given the mission last time. System prompt. Found a special item. After using it can increase the area of the void island and the size of the ark. Do you want to use it? Yes. In the next second, the ark began to grow, and the void island began to expand. In the end, the mechanical whale turned into a 50-meter-long mechanical whale. The space inside the whale has also been increased by a quarter. The void island outside has also become more than 300 square meters. Su Mu turns on the system. Ark, also known as mechanical whale. Form. Humpback whale. Special. Soul exists. Ability 1. Diving. Ability 2. Fly. Ability 3. Sea whale song. Capability 4. Energy generation and storage. Su Mu touched her chin. My ark has reached this level, and he has not yet reached the 6th level. It seems that the 6th level has a mysterious secret. At this time, Chi Yu came over. In front of Su Mu were 2 pieces of barbecue and a bunch of grapes. This is breakfast. Su Mu looked at the grapes and suddenly wanted to drink wine. The next island, asked Fang to open some wine drawings. After breakfast, everyone fixed everything. The ark is about to launch its first flight experiment. When Su Mu said that the ark could fly, the 3 women were still shocked. Su Mu filled the ark with 120 animal cores. Enough for 4 hours of use. Whale song, turn on the flight mode. The flight was controlled by whale song, and Sumu and others stood on the top of the ark to watch the scenery. A whale cry spread in all directions. The huge whale slowly flew out of the water, with 2 huge forewings like 2 bird wings. Oh oh oh, I can fly again. Whale song looked excited. She finally understood why her father sent herself here at the risk of being wiped out by the demon sea. His own master has the power of miracles. Whale song controls the whale and flies up to 3,000 meters high. With the white clouds as companions, the birds walk together. Standing on a high place and looking down, you can see that some islands have disappeared, and some islands have emerged from the sea. This is the magic sea, it's amazing. Sumu sighed. The 3 women also nodded together. Sumu opened her arms, and her 6th sense sensed everything in the air. The wind brings messages. In the end, his eyes fixed on a green island. The island is huge, 4 kilometers in diameter. Sumu felt the taste of grapes on it. Going to the island, I feel the deliciousness of the wine. Through a special connection with the ark, Sumu directly commands whale song. Good. The ark swooped down. Soon arrived near the island. Sumu made a judgment. The speed is very fast, reaching about 180 kilometers per hour. Whale song landed on the nearby sea surface, turned off the anti-gravity engine, and continued to accumulate energy. Although it saves energy for a day, it can only fly for an hour. Everyone drove flying skateboards to Grape Island. 2 rows of grape trellises, as well as a small wooden house, were found in the center of the island. Discover life fluctuations. It's a bee. Sumu turned her head and saw several fist-sized bees lying on the shelf. Yunling bee. A magical honey. The fighting power of the bee is not high, but the pollen of the plants infected by it, the quality of the fruit will be much higher than normal. Note: they are the closest partners of plants and will accompany plants for a lifetime. Not bad, not bad. 1 inch. Can be taken with fine wine. Sumu took out the remaining bottle of tiger bone wine and opened it, placed it on the ground, and waved to the bees in the distance. Little bee, come quickly, I have wine here. The 3 women were sweating profusely. Husband, why does it feel like you are abducting children with lollipops? However, nothing happened. Tiger bone bubble wine has the murderous spirit of a tiger, and the bees dare not approach it. Sumu turned her head and rubbed Chiyu's head. Do we have wine? Chiyu tilted her head, saved herself, and said softly. Husband, the wine is only of average quality, I'm afraid it can't meet your standards, but we have grapes. Under the nourishment of the excellent soil and the essence of life, the excellent grape seedlings have grown grapes and just matured. Grapes are useless, I need wine like flower fruit. You can take a look at the wooden house. Sumu nodded, came to the door, knocked lightly on the door of the wooden house, and the door suddenly fell inside. It's rotten. Taking a closer look, the inside has not been cleaned for many years, and a white bone is lying on the floor in the center of the room. There is still a jar of wine in the arms of the bones. Sumu stepped forward to pick up the wine. Obtain. Kurong wine. Drying wine. There are spring, summer, autumn and winter in a year, people have life and death, and trees also have dryness. Old man Kurong collects the aura of heaven and earth, gathers the essence of the sun and the moon, seizes the origin of all trees, and brews a jar of Kurong wine. After drinking, you can get the skill, Kurong. Note: to drink this wine, you need to control 2 opposing forces, such as water and fire, yin and yang, and light and darkness, otherwise you will die. Sumu opened the lid of the jar, revealing a stream of liquid like a clear spring. The aroma of wine permeated the entire room in an instant, and spread far away. There was a buzzing sound, and the bees were attracted by the aroma of the wine. Can't help but come. Sumu hit a strong wind. This fairy wine is mine, get out of here. Just kidding, why did I give you wine when you ignored me just now? The bees continued to rush up reluctantly. Sumu got angry and stared. Black flames emerge out of thin air to be ignited by the bees. Dark devouring black flame. The bees struggled desperately, but the flame would not go out. In 3 seconds, the bee was burned to ashes. Seeing this, the remaining bees flew away quickly. Sumu shook her head. They won't give up, let's drink up the wine first. Picking up the jar, Sumu took a sip of the wine lightly. The cool wine brings a slight burning sensation when it enters the throat. There is a feeling of ice and fire. Cool, acquired skill, Kurong. Kurong, actively open, balance and adjust blood value and soul power. Tao divides yin and yang, picking yin to nourish yang, transforming yang to nourish yin. These are the magical skills of battery life. The meaning of this skill is, it can convert blood value into soul power, and it can also convert soul power into blood value again. It is useless for people with a single occupation, but it is very useful for Sumu who has double cultivation. Note: special skills, upgrade requires skill upgrade card 1. Sumu put away the wine and explained to everyone. When you master the two opposing forces in the future, you can drink this wine. Everyone started searching the entire room, and soon found 2 treasure chests, one of which turned out to be a golden treasure chest. Let Qin Fang open the treasure chest, you will get what you want. Qin Fang, come and drive. Qin Fang stepped forward in confusion, and opened the silver treasure chest first. Acquisition: a set of perfect brewing equipment. Acquisition: perfect grade brewing equipment blueprint 1. Perfect. Next. Obtain. Epic Royal Soul Wine Production Blueprint 1. Obtain. Blueprint for making epic energy wine 2. Obtain. Blueprint of excellent youngling wine production 2. Obtain. Perfect wine production blueprint 1. Why are they all wine recipes? Qin Fang looked annoyed. Sumu took the drawing, glanced at it and smiled. If he came to open it, although it could produce good treasures, he might not know what it would produce. Qian Zhao, this is the benefit of Qin Fang. Do any of you want to learn how to make wine? William Locke held out his jade hand and smiled. Come on, I'm no stranger to winemaking, having learned it from my grandfather's master brewer. Sumu looked around. There is something else here. After some searching, I found a winemaking notebook under the bed. Bacchus Notes Legendary Level Notes of the Dionysus Kurong Master. The holder will increase the quality of wine by 300%. This is my first legendary item, it's not for fighting. Sumu regretfully stuffed it to William Locke. To some extent, this note is indeed strong, but it is worthless to Sumu. Everyone walked out of the house, and there was a buzzing sound. Dozens of bees surrounded everyone. Sumu raised her eyebrows. I haven't laid a dead hand on you, how dare you take the initiative to come to discuss? These bees are not here to fight, but to negotiate with you. The leader is a golden bee, flapping its wings and making a rattling sound. I want to make a deal with you. I will serve you, but you will provide us with fine wine. Discover the mutated youngling queen bee, with a combat power of 7003, and the plants he takes care of. The quality of the fruit has increased by 100%. What kind of wine do you want? 1 month, 2 altars of perfection, believe me, I can provide you with more benefits. The queen bee was helpless. They rhyme with the bee family, and they are naturally fond of fine wine, so why not? The island is deserted. The most they can drink is some juice. Now I have finally met human beings, if I can't follow and get good wine. This life is enough to drink alcohol. These bees must know something, ask them. Dionysus can't hide wine in just 1 bottle. Sumu made a contemplative look, hesitatingly said. Not enough, these alone are not enough for me to take you in. Queen bee brains are small. Can't understand Suemu's meaning. Hesitantly asked. Excuse me, what do you want? Sumu was a little impatient. I want to know if Dionysus has a cellar or something. Oh, you want this way please. The bees flew in front, and Sumu followed behind. Came behind the grape arbor and found a collapsed pile. It can be seen that it used to be a wine-making place. There's nothing in here. Most of the cellar collapsed, and weeds were all over the feet. Looking inside, you can still see some fragments of the altar. It is not known how much wine was destroyed. Abandoned, can't you? This place is indeed abandoned. But there are still treasures. In front of the underground, there are 8 altars of wine. Sensed Sumu took out the shovel and started digging. The movement is very light, and there is nothing solid under this. Clang, there was a soft sound. The shovel touched the china. Retract your strength, you can't use a shovel. Ditch the shovel and draw straight. Digging. Suemu's skin is dozens of times tougher than normal people. Don't be afraid of being stabbed by anything. Soon, 8 small wine jars were dug up. This wine jar is red, and 2 golden phoenixes are carved out of gold thread. And engraved with 3 big characters, Feng Chowang. Obtain. Phoenix Chowang *8. Feng Chowang epic level. The wine created by a certain wine sword fairy in pursuit of his beloved, was later imitated by Master Ku Rong. After taking it, the soul power plus 10,000, the blood value plus 8000, and the combat power is permanently increased by 8 times. Note: this combat power is not the other combat power, and does not join the real combat power system. Feng Shi returns to his hometown, travels all over the world to seek his phoenix. Note: this wine can only be drunk once in a lifetime, translated as loyalty. The second tasting will clear the previously added combat power, and add a combat power minus 1000 times buff. Su Mu gasped and cursed fiercely. The eyes of the 3 women brightened. What a good thing. 1 bottle per person. Su Mu divided the wine and poured his own into his stomach. Check the battle status bar. Su Mu. Combat power, 302,000. Blood value, 3.3 with 3.3 W. Soul power, 3.0 with 3.1 W. Skills: Dragon Armor Descends, Yin and Yang Ion Blade, Space Breaking Nirvana Slash, Sky Devouring Black Flame. Then Su Mu felt that something was going on in her body. This change can only be felt but not expressed in words. I feel like my muscles are twice as strong. 8. F. Hash. Look at the combat effectiveness and no increase. Sure enough, it doesn't count combat power. How about you? How are you doing? Feels good. The crowd exited the cellar and began raiding the entire island. The vegetation on the island is lush, and some plants can be found. During this period, the queen bee followed Su Mu with her little brother and never left. The queen bee really wants to surrender. If he doesn't surrender, he can only disappear with the island. I don't know when he will reappear in the world, and he may even never appear again. Su Mu sighed softly and waved to the queen bee. Since you really want to surrender, then I can promise you. But perfect level spirit wine is a rare commodity. I can't give it to you now, but I can in the future. The queen bee flaps her wings and makes a rattling sound. Yes, I promise. I hope you can give us wine in the future. Su Mu nodded and pointed to the distant ark. You can take your people to live in the forest outside, protected by an energy shield, and will not be eroded by wind and rain. The queen bee looked at the ark and groaned in her heart. Bear, really only a few trees. Can we bring some flowers over there? The queen bee asked. Okay, but you have to take care of those flowers yourself. Su Mu BBFH has no objection to this. He also wanted to arrange the environment better. 3 women collected 2 rows of grape trellises. A total of 9 grape seedlings. Come to the void island, dig a hole, and plant the seedlings. The islands are greener. The bees dug out the roots of the flowers and transplanted them to the ark. Let the ark have more colors. Su Mu sat aside, watching while fishing, feeling that the flowers are a little too ordinary. He greeted the queen bee. I don't want the rest of the flowers. Let's go to the next island to find better flowers. This thing is just average grade, it's a waste of space in my place. The bees had to give up. Su Mu suddenly thought of a problem. If plants are planted on a large scale, the water source will be in short supply. Well, next, we need to upgrade the water source of the ark's accessories. You still need to upgrade the level of the ark. Suddenly there seemed to be some noise in the distance, and it seemed that there were giant monsters fighting. There are special props born. Su Mu narrowed her eyes slightly. Whale song, go and take a look. After walking 10 kilometers, Su Mu saw 2 giant beasts emerging from the sea, fighting fiercely. One is similar to a sea lion, about 30 meters long. Another large crab with a diameter of more than 30 meters. They are fighting for something to run around. Undead and endless, only one of them can survive. You can go up to pick up the leak, or just beat them all to the ground. What Su Mu cared about was the thing between them, which seemed to be a supply box. I'm afraid Sumo feels far away, and there is a very magical message coming from it. The inside is suspected to be a box of strange treasures. Suspected. Then maybe it's not. Whether it was or not, what was inside made Su Mu think. Look at the monster to judge the combat power. Get ready for a fight. Panama sea lions have a combat power of 248,000, rough skin and thick flesh, powerful attacks, but clumsy movements, and can be defeated by skill. Steel giant crab. Combat strength is 254,000, high-level defense, quick movement, strong attack, no weakness, can directly attack internal organs with Kandlongyan. The combination of these two is also a trouble. 1-on-1, Sumu is worthwhile, but 2-on-2 is also troublesome. It's too big, it would be a disaster if the material box is driven into the bottom of the sea. You can consider stealing. Sumu decided to choose the third option, jumping into the sea. After signing the contract with the sea, Sumu can breathe in the water without losing her combat power. Sumu moved forward quickly and finally approached the battlefield. There is a situation ahead. There is more than one thief. Ahead, under the two sea monsters, there is still a group of murlocs standing. When the leader of the old man saw Sumu, his face changed drastically. Why did you meet this robber again? The leader of the murlocs is the high priest who was let go by Sumu. This guy didn't harm the murlocs, why did he come here? It seems that this murloc has the ability to hunt for treasure. The first time, he almost robbed the treasure given to him by the Pig King, and the second time, the prince from the country robbed him of the opportunity. Still want to grab the box of rare treasures. The murlocs have props to detect treasures, so it is recommended to snatch them. There is no need to suggest, none of this group of murlocs will live today. Sumu hands in one. Shuifa Kun's Shenlong. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.